Black and brown creatives, understand me. L.O.S.T Creatives Podcast is here. I am looking for you. L.O.S.T Creatives Podcast. You trying to get it out there? DM me. I will shout out your work. I will drop links to your work. This is free. You don't have to give me a penny. I just want your time and your story, good brother. I just want your time and your story, good sister. We have our platform now. Let's get out there. This is what's up. This is what you need to do. I want your work to be out there, and I'm waiting on you. Tell me a story. Welcome back, everybody, and all of y'all to the L.O.S.T Creatives Podcast. I am your host, Ijlal Abdullah Muhammad, and as always, we about to get into some things. Today, I have another special guest. I'm feeling the vibes already, y'all. I'm telling you. We were speaking briefly, and, some people, they get themselves ready, and then some people are just ready to go from the jump. You know what I mean? And she's definitely ready to go. So we about to have a really good show today, y'all. So let me go ahead and without further ado, go ahead and introduce her to you all. She was 2023's Memphis Elegant Award winner. Her creative catalog is published in the spectacular Memphis Voyager, and she pretty much is a jack of all creative trades, and we're going to definitely get to know that through this story. Everybody, please put your hands together for Memphis, Tennessee's own KB the Visionary. Clap it up, y'all. Is in the house remotely. Okay.
Yes. Locked in.
Okay, KB, what's going on? How you feeling today?
I'm feeling blessed and wonderful.
I'm feeling blessed.
How you feeling?
That's what's up. That's I got to tell you, I feel very much the same. Very much the same. Blessed and wonderful. I'm here. I'm doing, the L.O.S.T Creatives Podcast with another spectacular creative. I finished up one just recently with a spectacular creative. Shout out to Sincerely Antoinette. Finished up one before that with a spectacular creative. Shout out to Chef Jamila B. And I got more coming. So right now I'm loving life. I'm loving what I'm doing. I'm loving everything, and I just want to continue for it to keep rolling. Before I say anything else, I keep being distracted by this magnificent piece you have on your wall. And looking at your work, I know that that's you.
Yes. And that's
so before we go into anything else, please tell me what this is that is just drawing my eyes in.
So this is actually just a tape design. It's just tape. There's no paint. Yeah, it's just black tape. And
like electric tape, like straight up black?
No, it's not. It's not electric tape. People ask me that all the time, but it's a special tape that I use for the wall. Yes. And honestly, it's actually very wide. You see on my social media, we use it as our backdrop for our videos. So I've done it in a couple of homes. Yes.
Yes, it is. Right.
This is the infamous wall.
That's dope. Look, check it out. To the untrained eye, it's like, that's electric tape. But she did a bomb job with the electric tape. No, I ain't know you can do that with electric tape. Come to find out.
Trust me, people have tried electric tape. It does not work. Oh my God, TikTok went crazy in a debate about whether or not it was electric tape. It is not.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, man. One of the social media is great for so many things. I'm very thankful for it, for what I'm trying to do. But at the same time, it has created just another world of just anger and funk. Come on, man. No, look, that's electric tape. I'm like, okay, all right.
They get real mad, but it's a free app. I'm not gonna go back and forth with somebody on a free app.
For real, what you say? It's a free app. Somebody on the free app. I love that's it. You have just coined the thinking that needs to be your outlook when it comes to social media and its trolling comments. I am not about to back and forth with somebody on a free app. That's what's up.
Yeah.
I love it, man. But yeah, so thank you for telling us about that. It's all, it's amazing. As soon as I saw it, I was like, I saw you, and I was like, oh, okay, what is that wall?
Yeah, it's me.
That's just how it went. But I love it, and it's great. I don't even know how you did that, but I'm quite sure you were going to let us know. So we're going to go ahead and transition straight into how we do things on the L.O.S.T Creative Podcast. As I stated before, I love stories, so I try to make sure that the theme of how we go about the podcast is in a storytelling way, breaking down your creative journey from start to present, because obviously it's still going. We spoke previously, and you very elegantly named your 3 chapters. So we're going to go ahead and start straight up with chapter 1, titled Coloring in My Room, which I love. It's like a song, that's a t-shirt, that's a book, that's just... we can stop there and ponder on it. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, go ahead. Coloring in My Room.
So, my most earliest memory is coloring. That's where I would find myself lost literally in coloring pages, and I would get book after book, and it got to the point where I would color the image and then I would color the background. Like it was just, I don't know, it was just something about designing something. It was something that already existed. I just wanted to, in my mind, make it better. And I would spend hours in my room coloring, and that's where my love of design started, literally on a coloring page. And from there, I started drawing my own images, and it just kind of took off. But my first love was a coloring book, and I sat in my room and I spent time with that coloring book, and I found a passion that would take me the rest of my life.
That's it's always, it's interesting how little things start for us, right? And it could be used with a coloring book. I remember Chef Jamila B had said it started with just doing marketing for a restaurant, and then she just got into the food from there. Granted that she was an artist before. It's just so amazing how it takes off, or it's a personal venture for you, that kind of that starts the ball rolling, like with Sincerely Antoinette, right? So the world comes at us in so many different ways, It does. And even though it comes in so many different ways, I very much believe that those ways are tailor fitted for each one of us.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? Like, my inspiration is not necessarily going to be your inspiration.
Correct.
I wasn't big I like coloring, but it didn't, that's not what really did it for me, even though I very much liked it, I more so cared for illustrating, but that was it for you. So when it came to coloring, was it an outlet for you, or was it fun for you and you just wanted to do more of it? Like, what was it about coloring?
At the time, and this is how I knew that my most earliest memory was coloring. I remember doing an interview and they asked me something similar, and I was saying coloring, just, and I remember telling my wife, some people will never understand that I remember that, because my mother was telling me that my father had just passed and I was coloring. I was sitting there, and I remember holding my purple crayon, and no lie, I was 3 years old, about to be turning 4. And when people talk about what kids remember, I remember that. I was 3 years old, sitting there coloring with a purple crayon, learning that something had happened. And later on, I would find out that my father is very artistic. He was a craftsman. And my mother, she loves design, but she's not artistic in that way. She loves dance and she loves basketball. My father also basketball, but he could draw. He had a whole shoe shop, and I also share a love for shoes, but could craft boots out of nothing. And, I'm young and I don't know this about my father. I would find this out later, but my artistic ability, nobody else in my family had it. My father was deceased and it belonged to him. I just didn't know it at the time. And at the time that I found out some bad news, I was coloring, and I couldn't react because I was in the middle of coloring, because that's what kids are doing.
Yeah.
They don't care what's going on. They're just, they're having a good time. It's not registering. So for me, I just remember continuing to color while I was getting this news. So for me, it may have started there. And I just kind of, because also that's when I started coloring outside the page. Whatever the image was, I'll never forget. It was a horse, because my mother took that picture and she hung it on her wall in her bathroom. Oh, wow. And for me, that meant everything, because, maybe you have your picture on your refrigerator, but my mama got it in her room. Like, it means something. So, it's just, it's just, it.
I mean, your picture is in the public area of the house.
Because in certain households and certain cultures, you're not in your parents' room. You stay at your mama room. But my picture is in there and I get to go see it. So it meant something to me. So, even 3 and 4 years old, it mattered that my mother hung it up. It mattered that she was proud of it. And, 4-year-old me is not thinking about 35-year-old me who has paintings in a gallery. I'm not, because you don't know your future, but me at 4, to see it hanging on the wall on display for all the world to see, it made all the difference. And I find myself thanking my mom so much now for 3, 4, and 5-year-old me, because she's amazing. Like, she literally, if I wanted this coloring book and these crayons, she was going to get it for me. Everything, every type of pencil, crayon, marker, man, age test. Do you remember blow pens?
Blow pens?
Yes, it was one of those things like as seen on TV type of things. Now with society, you probably couldn't. But when
you mean the ones you
yes, you could blow the marker stuff, man.
I vaguely remember that.
My cheeks would be sore for hours because I'm sitting over here. But you know what? It was the first thing that was on TV that I saw. And I was like, Mom, can I have that? And she actually bought it for me. That was like magic to me, because it was on the TV and now it's here. Like,
now it's here.
Yeah. So the little things that mattered that I didn't realize mattered. But now as I go through my artistic journey and my creative journey, I find myself being so grateful for those moments that I was just coloring in my room, because, also in my room, I took poster boards, like the little white poster boards, and I took 6 of them and I drew out each letter of my name and I put it on my wall, and it glowed in the dark. I painted it, I colored it, and every time I had company, all of my friends was like, I want one, and I started doing it for them. And I'm like, no lie, I'm like 13, 14 at the time, and now I'm doing murals and businesses and putting tape on my wall, but it started in my room, just doing stuff. And my mom allowed me to be free, to express myself. my wallpaper in my room is still there and it's horrible. But I put stuff all over the top of it, and my mama let me. She let me do it, and I loved it. Like, and now it's what I do. And I think back to when I was just, just making it my own when I was a kid, because my mom didn't have a lot. So I had to make whatever I wanted. And that's what I did, from clothes to the designs in my room to even my shoes. Like, I was going to make it me, and I was going to make it something that you wanted to wear or have in your room too. It was just, I don't know, I became addicted to that. Like, I know that I'm the one in the room that don't have on nothing else that everybody else got on. And everybody's going to wonder, where did I get it from? And I'm going to sell it to them.
Man, like, it's like that. Look, you had it going, right? You were already on your way. You were already on your way. That's the, it's just like it's just so many things. And when we take time to think about it, we can look back on that really helped us out, especially for those of us who didn't have a lot.
Yeah.
Frederick Douglass said, there is no progress without struggle.
Yeah.
And that's word life. I'm one of 8, and when we started out in Brooklyn and Bed-Stuy in New York, and
man,
it wasn't during the crack 80s, so it wasn't the place to be. Didn't have a lot, but I'm gonna tell you, my parents created such an environment where we didn't know how broke we were. You know what I'm saying? Like, we did not know how broke we were. I don't say poor, because my understanding of poor is different. I mean, we were below the poverty line for sure, but I always had hot and cold running water. I always had tissue to wipe my butt. You know what I'm saying? You have people who don't have that. They're poor for sure. We were just broke as hell. You know what I'm saying? And now there were times where you did know it, when it was about the last week and a half of the month and the food stamps is getting low. So it's like you realize that, okay, we ain't got the money we need. But my parents didn't let us go outside because it was
you know what? Do my mama know y'all? Like, I think my mama know y'all folks, because we ain't never know what the front yard was.
For real.
What you mean play in the front yard? Oh my God.
Yeah, we didn't experience that until my parents moved out to Long Island, which was the suburbs. But while we was in the city, they were like, no, you're not about to go out, because you could catch a stray bullet.
Man.
You know what I'm saying? They would not let us go. So because of that, we had to be creative in the house. And we would come up with games. And my brother, he started out as a better drawer than me. He really was. And if he had stuck with it, he could have been, but that wasn't what he cared to do. But he always, unbeknownst to him, he kept pushing me to be better. I just want my stuff. But I still kept it my style. I was never trying to copy him.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted it to be better than his. But it's just, but those growing up moments, the not having as much for a creative mind. I don't know if it's right to say it's better for a creative mind. I don't know if that's right to say, not having a lot. But do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it forces a creative mind to be even more creative.
Like you become innovative. Like for me, I say everybody should have just a little bit of lazy in them, because your lazy mind will help you think of an easy way or an easier way to do something. Now, don't be completely lazy. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying just a bit, because your lazy mind will look at that same thing and be like, I know it's got to be an easier way. I know it's got to be an easier way. Because sometimes, I can do it. And sometimes you working hard and not smart. Sometimes a lazy person can figure out how to work smart and not hard. So you need a little bit of that in there. But I feel the same way.
For the sake of efficiency, you need
Right. So I feel the same way about a creative mind. I feel like if you are in an environment where so many things are done for you, you won't be inspired to think of something outside of the box. You won't be inspired to create something that's not already happening around you. And I feel like, because I know creatives that are, I'll say spoon-fed for lack of better words. This is a safe space. But because some of those, honestly, no tea, no shade, but the DIYers, I feel like the creatives and the DIYers are at war. Like, oh my God. But the majority of those DIYers are spoon-fed. You got time to go buy a blanket and throw it on a canvas real quick and say,
right.
So
got it.
But a person who doesn't have that, they gon' go somewhere and figure out, how can I wet some paper towels or some napkins to get this same type of effect? Let me go get me some chicken wire or some aluminum cans that I'm not using it, and they'll figure it out. And it'll be, I don't know, I just feel like it's the same as Glory greens at the can and your grandmama making some greens. It's missing something. Wait. I said what I said.
It's the some Glory greens at the can. Oh, snap.
If you know Glory greens, you know.
Look, it is 11:19 Eastern Standard Time. It is 10:19 in Memphis, and we already doing too much.
Too much. Way too much. Oh my God.
Look, I mean, you see, this is one of the reasons that I wanted to do this. The primary reason to give, the opportunity to Black and brown creatives to get their work out there, talk about their work, promote themselves, and not have to pay for it. But the other, I guess, subconscious reason was stuff like this. I understood everything that you said. I didn't only just understand it, but I related to it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I empathized with it. And when you was like, not saying it, but not saying it, it's like, oh, look, we right here. And it's like a breath of fresh air, when you get with a fellow creative, because our lives can be very different.
Yeah.
But at the same time, man, it's what we do with it and how we maneuver through it is very familiar.
Yeah. I feel like that's what binds us.
Yeah, man. It's wonderful. And people don't see things like we see them.
Yeah.
That's something that still amazes me to this day. As a creative, I remember one of the things that I would do when I was a little kid. I'm quite sure that you did it. You're just looking up at the sky and you see that cloud looks like a guy in a car, or whatever. There's a oh man, I wish I could remember her name. It's at artist Ria, I believe. Artist _RIA. So shout out to at artist Ria. She was the one who she did a painting, and she said she talked about that, and apparently she gave the terminology, and I didn't even know it was a word for it. but there is, and anything you could. I remember, when people put when someone put new cement down, and if there's a little area that dries with cracks in it,
yeah,
I see things in that. You know what I'm saying? It's just so cool, and a creative mind is something special. It really is, and I think that if you're able to be in a company of a creative, or actually live with a creative,
yeah, it gets crazy around here.
I'm just about to say, I'm like, now marrying a creative.
Yes.
Whoa, what is
and you're
that
both
like?
creatives.
I'm gonna tell you, my wife's not a she's not a creative in the sense that we are, but she has wonderful ideas. Let's put it that way. Wonderful ideas.
You better listen to every one of them.
I mean, whatever. Anyway, but, so it's wonderful ideas, and she's excellent curriculum creator for education. Very good with that. But anyway, a lot of times we have sat down to try to do something, and my brain's going, and she's just like, no, and I'm just, you don't get it. She's a teacher. She is a teacher, but she used to teach in school for 12 years, and she would have me do her designs for her bulletin board.
Oh man!
And she would be like, it was just like a joy and pain for her, because she would say, and just like this, okay, listen, it's loud. All I need for you to do is draw me a faucet with a hand. That's it. Okay, yeah, I got it. She's like, no, it's loud. No, please don't draw me a faucet that has a rusted look on it with water,
water splashing and soap bubbles.
It looks really crafty. I don't need all of that. And I would be like, then what you come to me for then? Like, you know what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I can't detach this. This is what it is.
That is hilarious.
That
is hilarious.
You ran into that situation where it's like, I can't. How do I not?
Oh my God.
You'd be like, look, but why you want this whole corny thing when I can do this over here? Like,
right. Yeah, man. Oh my God. That's hilarious. Same, but relatable, because still, even me and Mercedes, same way. And we're still both creatives, but she's a more clean look. She's very clean lines, very Me, I'm going crazy. Every time. Every single time. So sometimes we clash, but yeah. Very much the same.
It's it's a trip. It's really a trip. But it's great, and I love every bit of it. So you're drawing, and then you can't just leave. I mean, not drawing. Excuse me. You're coloring. You can't just leave it there. You got to color the background, and then you just can't leave that there. Now you got to have more. Now you got to have visualization around you in your room. Yeah. And then, I can't. You can't just leave it there. With my art's going to be on a paper, going to be on a wall. It's going to be on my clothes. And then, and it's, you are very much rolling into this. You are becoming KB the visionary, right?
Yes, I know.
And then, like you said, people are noticing, right? I mean, there may be years or whatever, but they're still noticing, so much to the point where they're like, yo, can you hook me up with that?
Yeah.
So taking that, transitioning into chapter 2, as you so eloquently put, allow me to introduce myself. How does that transition right on into you becoming KB the visionary, letting the world know, stepping past just the peers who come over to your house and see what's good?
Yeah. Okay. So, like I said, I had to have it on my clothes. That started in high school. I would say about 9th and 10th grade. By my senior year, I was designing clothes. In my senior yearbook, there's a photo of me and a group of girls where I designed all of our shirts.
Nice.
And so from there, the majorettes, I was cool with because I'm cool. Like, I'm not the popular girl. I'm the girl that's cool if you cool. So I had a couple of people that were just like cool people, but they happened to be majorettes. And gel pens back in the day, like the little pretty, man, I used to draw on myself. Like, and one day,
you gotta jump in. You was gonna draw on yourself at some point. This is an unwritten rule.
Yes. So it's like one day, one of the majorettes saw me, and we were getting ready to have a pep rally, and she asked me to like do a design on her. So I did, and it went from that to a couple of more of the majorettes wanted it done, and I just became like obsessed with like body art. Like, it just was something very personal and intimate, but very comfortable, because even now as a body painter, I say everybody can't do that. You have to make people feel comfortable to be naked around you. You're a stranger. So for me, all I meet is strangers. So it's like, you have to be comfortable. And this is men, women, children, you know. So for me, I take that very, very personal, because we're living in a time where women aren't safe, men aren't safe. So I want you to be safe with me, and safe to the point where I can create this beautiful piece on your skin that's going to wash away. Like, it's not a tattoo, you know. So for some, that's a big thing. So my senior year, my art teacher, Mr. Michael Chapman, rest in peace. Man, this man took so much interest in me. He gave me a box of paint my senior year and told me to take the world. And literally, he said, it is yours for the taking. And for me, that was the first time that life was being spoken into my art. I talked about my mom, like, always getting me my supplies. But the one thing, and this is, you know, Black families, when you're in that poverty line, art is not what they're telling you to do to make money.
No,
so I didn't get that. That's the one thing that I did not get from my mom, but she didn't know, because artists weren't making money. Like, I heard of starving artists, and that scared me. So for me, Mr. Chapman was now telling me that I had something that his other students didn't have. And I'll never forget him telling me that, you know, if there was a mountain in front of me, I knew and could anticipate what was on the other side of the mountain to get across, versus other people would only have to take it step by step. He said they would have to take it as it come and go. He said you could stand in front of the mountain and know what's on the other side and anticipate how to get to the other side. When I tell you, I still got chills, because to me, he was telling me that he saw that I was a visionary then. And I was in the 12th grade. You know, I'm 17 years old. I'm not, you know, he gave me this box of paint, and I wasn't a painter. I like to color, you know, I like to take markers and do fine line work. I'm known for my signature line work. I don't do portraits. I don't do people per se. So I took that box of paint, and I was just like, okay, graduated, you know, I'm now 19 years old, fresh out of the Army, and I'm at home one day, pick up that box of paint and just start painting on myself. I posted on Facebook, and it went crazy, like crazy. And from there, it just became like, do me, do me. People were asking me to come to fashion shows. People were asking me to paint lives. People were paying me to come and paint them. And before I knew it, I was known as the body paint queen. You could not ask about when you ask about a body painter in Memphis, my name comes up. It rings bells in Memphis. And when I realized that I had the game sold up. Oh, no, you
Boom.
couldn't.
It was
Oh,
over.
you couldn't because I saw like, and this was before I saw Skin Wars. This was before I saw Face Off and Glow Up and all of these things.
Yeah.
So even now, I still do live shows as recent as this year, and there are still people that are like, "What's body paint?" And when you show them, and when I show them what it is, they can't possibly fathom what's happening. When I paint live, people are like, if you step away and come back, you missed it. Like, and I love that because I realize that I'm doing something that nobody else is doing. And I mean that in a sense of my style. There are body painters all over the world and I've seen them, but I haven't seen my work on somebody else. And once I realized that in my city, I had something that nobody else had, because I know other people who body paint. And I've seen them. We've shared the same stages, but respectfully, that's my thing. Like it is. I just said I don't do portraits, and I'll be the first one to tell you. If you ask me to do a picture of your parents, I'm gonna say, if you love them, get somebody else, because I'm gonna jack that up. It's not my ministry, and I'm always humble enough to say that's not what I do. This is what I do, and I do it to the best of my ability. And when I line myself up with other people, I know even if their work is amazing, it still don't look like mine. And I love that it's the individuality for me. I don't. Right. You said you knew that this was me right here.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'm telling you, I love that. Yeah. When I knew that I'd arrived when I didn't have to introduce myself. I went to a body paint shoot and I tried to introduce myself. Shout out to Jacory, Clouded Visuals. Yeah. So pulled up to do a body paint shoot. The client booked me. He was the photographer. Got there. I tried to introduce myself to this man and he told me, I already know who you are. You don't have to introduce yourself to me. And to me, he's a giant. Man, I'm telling you, chills right now. That's when I knew that my work was speaking for itself. On my Facebook page, my name is something completely different, but people know that that's still my work. So once I popped out as the body paint queen and I started getting publications, also worth mentioning, since you are from New York, Miss Daphne Lee is not far from you and over there in Philly, who's also been in New York. She was crowned Miss Black USA, and she's also a ballet dancer. Daphne Lee.
Really?
Miss Black USA. She was in this living room getting body painted. I got her here, and let me tell you, I could have cried that day. I couldn't even believe I got her in my living room. Sure did.
Wow.
She is an amazing ballet dancer. She is a beautiful spirit. And she was here with the collage dance, Memphis. That we have a collage dance here in Memphis. And she was here. And while she was on tour, I got her here with one of her dance partners. And I was able to body paint her head to toe, her in this 6'5" in our living room, and literally to watch them, because some of their movements was just so poetic. Like I sat here and I'm like, I'm here in a 1-bedroom in Memphis, Tennessee, and at the time I couldn't even post the picture because she was still the reigning, like. I had to wait until she passed her crown to even, I'll happily wait.
Are you serious?
But I'm so serious. So serious. After this, I'll send you those photos. But yes, Miss Daphne Lee. Yes. And now she wears pieces. Mercedes has sent her. Sincerely Antoinette has adorned Daphne Lee with pieces. She wears them when she goes all around the world. She's taking photos and her
That's
copper
how you do it.
adornments. Yes, and
That's how
it's
you do
amazing. You know, we got her here, and it took off. So
it.
that's when I knew.
Side note, if you still, have personal communication with her, I would love to have a ballet
I
dance.
will definitely. I will reach
Yeah,
out, and
I
I'll have
most
Mercedes reach
certainly,
out as well.
most certainly, please. I would love for her to be my next guest all day
Me
long.
too.
For real, I want so many different variations of art forms.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's I, I it's Cecilia Antoinette, Mercedes was saying that she realized that she was putting a cap on herself.
Mm-hmm.
That she was limiting herself. And I think a lot of times, even with our aspirations, we don't realize that we're limiting them. We never think that there'd become a time when we could have a Daphne Lee in our living room.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's like we don't have to, we believe in ourselves. We
Right.
believe in ourselves, but we're not thinking that big. You know? And I think what would have happened if maybe when we started out thinking that big.
Yeah.
I was listening to a podcast. It's called Social Proof. The host is David. He's one of my mentors in me wanting to start a podcast. Anyway, he interviews a lot of Black entrepreneurs. Most of them are millionaires. And what's so cool about it is they could be your next door neighbor and you wouldn't even know. You know what I'm saying? And anyway, I forgot the brother's name. He had said that if you want to be a millionaire, you need to move and think like a millionaire. Even though you don't have the money yet, you need to act like you do, in the sense that, okay, a millionaire would think this way, so I'm going to start thinking this way. A millionaire would make this type of move, so I'm going to start making that type of move. Not obviously you don't have the money, but there's a mindset before there's the money. And if you start thinking like that, start moving like that, it'll come.
Yeah.
And as very much as creatives, we were able to see how great we can be when we just get started. And it's like, it's like a what do you call it? Like a vibe you start giving off.
Yeah.
And people move with you that way. I just lost my train of thought. That's what just happened. Just went.
It'd be like that.
For real, man. I'm like, what the heck? It's like, and there was no. It would be different if something else took the spot. Nothing else took it. Just
absolute
in my head. Just a brain fart all day long. Anyway, and when you was even a teenager, you was already doing stuff with clothes. But when did the hats? Because that's a whole thing.
So I got another shout out.
How did that? Oh yeah, shout them out, please.
So, Kedron Franklin. If you are in Memphis,
Franklin.
Man, he has the check-in. Y'all ain't never had deep fried turkey ribs like you had deep fried turkey ribs at the check-in. Okay, and that's that on that.
Sounds good. Deep fried turkey ribs.
Yes.
What?
Oh my god. I'm not a foodie, but that was like the first time. Like I went viral off of literally a turkey rib post. Like, and it was just like no lie. Before that, I was always going viral for body paint. The first post that ever went viral, it was about these turkey ribs. And I went 3 days in a row. I went a Wednesday, a Thursday, and a Friday. Oh my God. So let me tell you how. And I also learned this phrase from Kedron. He calls it good karma. Okay. Okay. So Kedron is a name in the Black community. In the Memphis, we know who Kedron is because he's always trying to do something for our Black men. He's always trying to do something for the community. He's always trying to do something for kids. Always of service. This man is always trying to help. And I met him literally through my god brother. Shout out to Leland, also a chef. Just amazing Black men who, yes, like Chef Nuke. Yes.
So shout out to Chef Nuke.
It's something about a young Black man wanting to get in their kitchen and cook. I'm gonna support that. So my little brother, he started cooking, and Kedron allowed Leland to come and use his kitchen, and Leland would always speak so highly of Kedron. So Leland took off and went to Texas and started doing his own thing, and I kind of kept my eye on Kedron because I always like to keep good people close by. So when I hear that you're doing something good, I may not know you because I had never met Kedron, but I know your name. I now know your face. So when he started talking about the check-in and I started, really following him, I said, I'm going to go up here and I'm going to support him. I went up there on a Wednesday. I was back Thursday. I was back Friday. I brought my mama some plates, my coworkers some plates. I'm on my Facebook page. You see me holding literally bags of food because it was that good. And it was, he got a food truck. It's just a food truck. And he's, he's a little far out the way, but it's worth the drive. And I would make that drive. And I don't know, we just I always say that I'm wonderful at building and keeping relationships. I am the bridge. I love that about me because everybody's so fake. Like, it's so many people. I couldn't even give you no fancy word. Nope, it's just fake.
Just fake.
Yeah, but sometimes you meet people and they're genuine and you just click. It ain't no underlying reason. Y'all just kind of, and that was me and Kedron, just hit it off. And when I heard everything that he was trying to do, I'm like, how can I support this man? Like, what can I do? Like, literally, he had an RV behind his food truck. And he would let homeless people come and stay there. Like, if they didn't have a place to go, like literally for shelter. Who does that? Kedron does it. So I told him, let's fix this up. So that's what I did. I fixed up his RV and I flipped his RV and I did that video. That video is on my Facebook page where
I gotta go on your Facebook page and check this out.
I'm gonna send you the links because you need to know Kedron. And Kedron probably somebody that you really need to get on here too. But we're gonna talk about that.
We're gonna talk about that. We'll talk about that.
So once that happened, on a random day, I went and saw Kedron and he had these hats and they were just kind of sitting over in a box. They had literally dust, dirt. They were just some old hats. And he was like, I said, hey, what you doing with those hats? And he said, nothing. You want them? And I said, yeah. The tool that I use for these hats, I've had that tool for like 4 years. I've never used it.
Never used it. Just sitting
never
there.
Used it. It's actually a wood burner. So I take that back. I tested it on a piece of. I tested it on a piece of wood, and I was like, yeah, next. I have so much stuff. If I could turn my phone and you could see like just materials, I just have stuff, and at some point I'm gonna mess with it. I'm gonna do something, but that tool was something that was just there collecting dust for years. And I took it and I just burned that hat. And that was January of last year. And I've sold like over 200 hats since then. So,
Don't you just love how it happens? Don't you just love how it happens? I mean, it's just like, it's just so ill how it happens.
Like, the designs that you see, they're the same. Like, my curvature, my signature line work,
Yep.
I just did it on a hat. Like, that's
Yep.
why, like, earlier when we said, everybody can eat, a pencil is a pencil. I can put a pencil in your hand, you could put a pencil in my hand, and we'll do two different things with that pencil.
Yep.
I took a burning tool, and the same designs that I put into my signature line work, I put it on hats. And people were trying to figure out, how did I do it? And it's like, it's my language. This is that curvature line work. That is me through and through. It is everywhere. So it doesn't matter what I'm using. I can put that design on anything, using anything, anywhere. So when that happened with Kedron, literally, I was not thinking about selling hats. I literally still have the first hats that he gave me in that bundle. But one of them I designed and gave it back to him, along with a pair of shoes that I designed for him and gave back to him. He wasted some bleach on some shoes. That video is on my TikTok as well. And he was like, because he loved blazers, and he was like, man, I messed up these shoes. And I said, I'm gonna bring them back. And I did. So I gifted him those shoes, and I burned him a hat, and I gifted him both of those. But from there, oh man, I've been burning hats. I've done conventions. I'm getting ready to do 2 more conventions with Cynthia Daniels. It's it just good karma. I had no intention of anything. I was only trying to support this Black man trying to do stuff for our Black community, and it turned into good karma. Like that. So I can only be grateful for the path, because sometimes the wind blow and you feel like you get blown off your path, but really you really got set up for success and you don't even see it, because
you got blown right where you were supposed to be.
I'm telling you, because I just wanted some turkey ribs and I ended up with a whole business. No, I'm serious. I literally I literally have so many projects on hold right now because I'm keeping up with hat orders. Like, I was the body paint queen, and I've turned into the Mad Hatter for all of, like, just in a matter of a year. I don't know.
It's
so yeah,
beautiful thing, man.
It is.
It's just a beautiful thing. And I just, you just wanted to keep going, man. You just wanted to keep going. You're dropping gems all day long, but one of the things that you said, you can give an artist, you can give a person, 2 people, give them a pencil and tell them to go ahead, and they're going to come up with something completely different. You could tell them, okay, excuse me. You can tell them, here, draw that orange.
Yeah.
And those oranges are going to look very different. They're drawing the same exact thing. Texture's going to be different. Everything's going to be different. And just like you said, it's like, yes, body painting has existed before, before you even knew what paint was.
Right.
But that has nothing to do with anything, because this is how you do it.
Yeah.
In the book I wrote, L.O.S.T, Lovers of Storytime, the first volume, there's the compilation of 7 short stories. I wanted to do a mermaid story. And what hasn't mermaids been, the idea's been done over and over and over, stemming from Mama Wata, you know what I mean? And then just turning into whatever Disney's made of it. But it didn't make any difference to me, because I knew I had a way I was going to tell it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And I wrote it, and it was just a short story, it was. And I remember my wife is, she's my number 1 supporter, and she's my first critic and everything. She read it and she was like, yo, I love this for your short story book, but you need to make this a novel. Like, you've done mermaids like they never been done before. You know, and
Shout out
then
to the wives.
yo, shout out to the wives, man. For
Yo,
real. I
cause
mean, for real,
man,
like, and then my sister said the same thing. I had posted some of it on TikTok, and then it was just like, oh, when is the full story coming out? Da 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 da. And I was just like, oh, wait a minute, hold up. It was the mini short stories in the book. I'm just trying to promote the book. I wasn't really making a whole story with this one. Da 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 da. But it's just that's what a creative is going to do. We're and that's the thing. It's not like we're getting out here saying, okay, how can I be different? It's not even that. It's just, I'm just going to go and this is how it's going to end up.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go and this is how it's going to end up. I was doing a shading class. And my daughter, it was amazing. It was amazing. And I was just like, I was taken back. I'm like, and it was silly of me to ask for this, but I had to ask. I was like, how did you see that?
Yeah.
How explain, like what did,
but you know what though? I don't think that's a silly question. I think that was a beautiful question because perspective is everything. And
it is.
I mean, wouldn't the world be boring if everybody saw everything the same way? You remember that movie Smallville where it was like in black and white or something?
Exactly.
Ugh, God. I love that movie, but man, it was hard. Like the whole black and white, everything is so. No, I think.
Say the movie again because you froze for a second.
Smallville. I think it was called Smallville.
You're right. I didn't like
something
it.
Somethingville where it was in black and white.
I think it was it small. I know what you're talking about. I think
Smallville is the Superman movie, but it was somethingville where it was in black and white.
Yeah. With Tobey Maguire.
Is it Reese Witherspoon?
And Reese Witherspoon. Yep, Tobey Maguire and Reese Witherspoon.
But yeah, like, I don't think that was to ask. I think it was a beautiful question to ask. And honestly, if she was able to articulate how she saw it, I think that would have been like a beautiful exchange because she's allowing you to see through her eyes into her world how she sees things, because to me that's the upper echelon of creativity. Not only can I see it differently, but I can interpret it to you so that you can see it the way that I see it as well.
Oh, that point right there. I agree with you, but at the same time I'm also like, I don't even know. I'm also like, can that actually be done?
Maybe not.
You know what I'm saying? Because it's like,
you know what? Let me tell you. So before Sincerely Antoinette left, there was a shadow on the wall from the bathroom. And I said, come here. And she came and looked at the shadow. And I said, do you see that? She said, yeah. And I laughed and she laughed. And she walked away and she was like, oh, Dumbo. And I was like, what? She said, you don't see Dumbo? And I was like, no, I saw a gun. I said, come back. I said, and I stood her right in front of me. And literally, when she stood in front of me, she could see where the shadow looked like. It literally looked like a handgun, complete with the little back pull. And if you step a little bit off, it sloped downward and it begins to look like an elephant's trunk. Dumbo. So we literally saw the same thing at the same time, but two different things. But as soon as we lined up together, we both saw what each other saw. I don't know.
And that's so that's why I said I agree with you, but at the same time, I was like, I wonder how well that can actually be done, because yes, I do think I think you're right. You're on a completely different level when you can actually articulate this wonder that you did in a way that people can definitely dig it. And that that's a dream. That's a desire of mine, because there's so many times that, you do something, you create something, like, I want you to love this the way I love it. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Like, I'm like,
Yeah.
my mother, may Allah be pleased with her. Yeah, when she was alive, she was just, she was the worst person to take something to. She really was. She was a wonderful woman. I love her so much. But she was just, the reason why is because she'd be like, I'm like, oh, mommy, look at this. And she'd be like, that's nice, baby. Do you see this? Like, yeah, I see. That's nice. That's just how she was. That's just how she was. I remember my father, he said, he was just like, we almost didn't get together. I get her something and she'd be like, oh, thank you. Like, and it's just how you just wasn't. And I remember so many times I would show something to her again. I'm like, well, look at that. And then I'm like, okay, fine, And then she, what, baby? What? I said I liked it. I mean, I love it. Your work is always good. What more do you want from me? And I just had to get used to, okay, this is just how you are. But you're like, when you do something, and that's what it really is for me when it comes to creating. Yes, obviously you want to get you want to make money from it, you want to have a business because you want to be able to support yourself for doing the thing that you love. Okay, cool. But that's not the primary desire.
No.
For me. When I create, I want people to see this.
Yes.
I want them to enjoy it. I want them to hate it, whatever. I want, feel something. To feel something and feel something about all of what I did, not some of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really want that. When I'm writing, it's like, okay, but did you see how I described that character? You see how I brought that up, but I didn't really, and it's like, I want you to enjoy this work as much as I did, if not more. And I love it when someone gets something from my work that I didn't even intend.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's like, and I'm like, huh. You know what? I didn't mean for that character to be that way, but okay.
Yes, okay, I love it. I love
cool.
it.
Like, isn't that that's just one of the wonderful things about art, man. They say it's open to interpretation, and I don't know, to a degree I feel it is. I'm kind of like, if you listen to my other podcasts, I have a certain way I feel about that. It's just like some things, yes, but other things is like, there's nothing to interpret here, man.
Right, that spot on the wall.
That's all this is.
Look, that's blank of paint.
Exactly. It's like, oh, and then there's that. I am not trying to jump to play creatives at all. With that being said, come on. No, what you did was you took paint and threw it. That's all you did.
Yep.
All you did was draw a dot. That's all you did.
Listen.
We was at the museum. I'm not gonna say which museum. I'm not gonna mention the artist. But we walked into this room, and we was like, "This is just a canvas with just a painted canvas. That one's painted red. That one's painted blue. That one's painted orange. Where is the? I mean, what?
Man.
And it's just like, what do you want? And I'm sorry, I can't sit here and be like everybody else. Like, what's going through your mind? What is going through your mind?
Well, I feel as though the artist is trying to tell us, man, look, no, don't make it deep when it's not.
The artist don't make it deep when it's not. And look, if shout out to the artist who's like, you're about to eat into this, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, for real, if you trying to make it like that, whatever, I'm not trying to knock your hustle if it's a hustle. But if you out here acting like you somebody, I mean, I'm just like,
Yeah.
it's like, no, I'm sorry, I just can't. Like, you're not. My wife is teaching. She homeschools, teaching the kids. She always teaches kids about artists. And there's this other artist, I'm not gonna mention the name. My wife's like, oh, I want to teach them about this artist because, they draw like a child would draw, and I'm just like, when a child's doing it, it's understandable. When an adult is making these scribbly lines, I mean, okay, if you want to call it art, whatever. But give me a break. Give me a break.
Put those next to the DIYers.
Yes.
Put them.
Like, I can't co-sign on that, man. I cannot. I can't say this person's work I consider art, and then see a mural by KB Visionary and then put her in the same category.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, that's
man, when I do a canvas, I'll tell anybody, man, I'll do a canvas. I have to put it down. I have to walk away. Mercedes will tell me time and time again, babe, just walk away from it. Just put it down. Walk away. Give it a second. And then come back to it.
And then come back to it.
And then, once it's complete, it's everything to me, because I know, I got frustrated. This took me to my limits. This, and not to say that these people aren't going through those same things, but if you just paint a canvas a solid color.
Really?
Yeah.
See, that's what you were saying. I was saying that with Cecilia Antoinette. Like, because she said, her connectors, right? The connectors that you make. And she was like, the pieces that, I think I'm saying it right. The adornment is called Farah. I think it's Farah. Anyway, she said it's 150 big hoops and then 300 small connectors. And I was like, okay, so the connectors, those are like generic, right? Those are just, you can use those for other things that your unique connectors for. So I said, so is a day in the life for you where, you just, let me go ahead and sit down and watch some TV and just make connectors because I'm always going to need a whole bunch of them, for whatever I'm making. And she was like, yes and no, because it's copper.
Copper. Yeah.
She said the copper, it tarnishes, it tarnishes, and then she has to clean that over again. She said, so now I don't do that. When I get the order, I go to work. And I was like, you could be making your life a whole lot more easier if you just made connectors just sitting there ready. You know what I'm saying? But it means something to you when you get the order to create it then.
Yeah.
And and I was just like, people don't see the work that goes into this.
Man.
The time, like you said, you got to walk away. I used to paint. I don't really have time for it as much anymore, but many times you got to be like, all right, like you said, you got to step away. I'm gonna leave that alone. Whatever. It's just I'm getting pissed off. And it's just, and then sometimes you just need, you need that so you can like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. I see what, and that's time.
Yes.
The time away to regroup and then come back. You dig? That may not happen in a couple hours. You may come back 3 days. Man,
cause you don't forget, you also got life going on.
And it's
sure, cause you got KB the Visionary, you got Sincerely Antoinette, but you got Mercedes and you got Kendra, who both work full-time jobs, who are married, and who are trying to make it all work in a 1-bedroom apartment. We like each other real bad, and I'm glad, because You know,
Yo.
because just like what you said, those connectors, uh, you know what it sounds like when you clipping your fingernails.
Mm-hmm.
It's that sharp clip.
Mm.
Imagine that. You said 300 connectors. That's my
Mm.
wife sitting there
Clip,
every
clip,
cutting
clip,
that
clip,
wire.
clip, 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 clip.
You know how much you gotta love somebody to listen to that?
Yeah, listen to that. Be like,
And,
okay. Do you think you connect? Maybe you want to take a break from the connected. All right, all right.
yeah. And a couple times I've done them. Like I've tried to do them. I'm not. Let me tell you, she's a master. Okay, because
Yeah.
you think it's so easy. Oh, we'll just clip. It's a method to her madness. Because I had copper flying everywhere. You could hear it
Mm.
hitting up against the window, but you don't hear it. You know, when she does it, I mean, it's very controlled. It's right there. Oh man, I had stuff everywhere. So it is a method to the madness. And I
This,
promise you,
your wall. I mean, when I saw it, I was anything that I'm amazed by as a creative, I instantly say, I can do that.
man, what?
Instantly.
I'm the exact opposite. I'm the opposite.
No, I'm not.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed if I can't do it.
No. I see it, and it's not in any way, shape, or form to play it or trivialize it. I love it so much. I say to myself, I can do that. I saw this nail design, and I said, this is a really cool nail design. I just was really taken aback by it. And then immediately I said, I can do that. And I just love the art of it. And I'm like, yo, yeah. I can do it. Straight up, I got some went to Target, got some nail polish.
Oh my God, no.
I was like, all right, baby, give me your hands. I know what it looked like in my mind. Now, I wasn't trying to copy the design I saw. I just came up with my own design. Man, it was horrible. It was horrible. Because you know what it was? What I was fighting against is I've never painted on nails before.
Yeah.
So as I say, just this is just something I say. I got to get used to this canvas.
Okay.
I got to get used to painting on nails. I've never done it before. The way I was hitting the brush on the nails, I was just like, I was like, okay, I gotta. That's the issue. Once I get this down pat, then my creativity can do something. So all that means is I just gotta, I've never, I've been a guy all my life and never painted nails. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
So it's just like I'm doing this. I'm like, oh my goodness. So I had to get used to, okay, I can't press here. I can And then I started to research stuff, and there's all sorts of things, man. There was this other gel where people used to like make this wrap type. I really got into the world of nails anyway. I kid you not. My sixth set, it was good. It was good.
Look, you're gonna have to send Mercedes some nails.
It was good, man. And I went out. I got like the press on nails and stuff. I got like, the glue and everything. And I got a little stand to put the nails on so I can paint them. And I got everything I needed. And I was doing it. Created an Etsy page. 2 people bought. Straight up. I didn't stick with it. Because it wasn't a passion. You know what I'm saying? It was just something that I thought I could do. I did it. I was happy with it. 2 people, that's correction. I had a few family members who bought. They were, the family's usually your first supporters. And then I had some people outside of the family. But I didn't keep it going. Anyway, I'm just saying that to say that when I see something, like when I saw your wall, I said, I can do that. And instantly I was like, I can just buy some electric tape.
See?
And I was going, and I'm gonna tell you, it's like, but because what's driving me is it's not going to look like your wall.
Right.
And I don't want it to look like your wall.
Right.
What's driving me is creativity that I see. I'm admiring it, and I instantly say it loud. You can do it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I just go, and I love that. You know, at the same time, and I know just looking at your page, I know you go through it. At the same time, I can't feed every desire. I was just saying to Cecilia Antoinette, man, my head.
Mm-hmm.
I could just be sitting here, be like, oh, let me see if I can do it. No, don't do it. You don't have no time for it. You ain't got no money for it.
Oh my God.
No.
Oh my God.
Don't.
I got a box of jackets right now, like that I was supposed to paint them for the festival last year in April. I painted one jacket for Mercedes, and I posted that on my page. And then right around that time, the hat started taking off. And I have literally on my steps, because there are steps to get out of my door, there are 2 big gallon jugs of peroxide for when I start bleaching my clothes. Look, I got a whole thing of, hold on, not even joking. This is how serious it is. Like my little cabinet is right here. A whole thing of bleach. No lie. Just, it's brand new. I still ain't even started. I ain't even opened it. Like, I ordered that peroxide off of Amazon maybe last year. It's been sitting on my steps the whole time. And I keep saying, I'm going to bleach me some clothes. I just bought two pairs of the same shorts accidentally. But once I realized I bought 2 of the same pair, I said, I'll just bleach the other ones. I still haven't done that.
No, still haven't done it. And it's the joys and the pain of a creative mind, man. It's like, I'm gonna get into that, and then like
not enough time.
Literally right in front of me, bins of stuff.
Just stuff.
It's just like, it's like, oh, come on, when am I gonna, and I will just say something. This year was the first year that I didn't indulge because I wanted to have a serious focus. I really wanted to promote my writing. Okay. I really, really wanted to promote my writing. And I told myself that I can't do what I always do, which is start something and go into another thing. Because a lot of times with me, I start something and it's like, okay, well, what the heck? It should be moving faster than this. You know what I'm saying? Why do you think they flying off the shelf? What's going on? Because I'm thinking like, yo, this is dope. So people will love it. And then it's not moving fast enough. So I'm like, all right, well, on to the next thing. But I actually found a joy that I didn't know was there in writing. And now I just do it because I just love it. It was all the things that I've done before, painting and wood burning. That's how come I knew what tool that was, because I wood burn. And I like them, but the writing is that was the thing that really resonated with me, and so I wanted to keep that going. So I told myself this year, I was like, nah, I'm not gonna do it, but every now and then I still can't help it. I'll be doodling something, and the next thing you know, it's like, oh snap, you know what? Man. I can make this a painting. And then
what? Like, okay, stop. I dabbled into writing, but I always say that my brain always goes faster than my hands can write, which is why when you asked me about this podcast, I've only done one other podcast, and I did that more so like a radio show type of style. Like I actually had to go to the radio station and do the whole, that was a little different. And it was at the time, the topic wasn't about my art. It was more so about my lifestyle and how I'm navigating that. So it was very different, but still gave me a chance to tell my story. So I appreciated that. But when I think about writing, man, I just be like, I don't have the time. Like Mercedes and I both started writing books when we first got together. Neither one of us finished those books. We just kind of, and I mean, between poetry, I even submitted a poem to Montel Williams way back in the day. And
Whoa.
So serious. Like, yeah, I used to love writing, but it's like, I don't know. I think with my line work, because I would always say that my line work is my language. I felt like maybe I was getting it out through my designs, because that's what it looks like to me. When I can look at certain paintings that I've done, whether they've already sold and they're in somebody's, I know what I was dealing with when I created these pieces.
Yeah.
There are no words on the canvases, but I know. So it's just, yeah, I don't know. It's for me, but it's kind of like to myself, because nobody else sees that. You actually have a book where people can, because I need that book. When we finish with this, I'm gonna go, because I need to be reading some of your work, because I'm interested.
TheLostPublishing.com. TheLostPublishing.com. Yep,
Gotcha.
yep. Yeah, you can go ahead and cop it there.
Yeah.
But go ahead, finish what you were saying.
No, I was about to say, because I mean, I have a few Black authors that I like to support, and I love when I actually know them and I've spoken with them and I have their work. To me, that's like saying, oh, that's a celebrity, because this is your baby, and I got it, and now I know you. We talked, so I got something. Yeah. So my mother-in-law said, my canvases have been in a gallery maybe a few years now, but I've always been artistic. People are, the hats are new, but I've always been artistic. I made a business surrounded by these hats, but I've been getting booked for body paint. It's all just kind of coming together. But when my canvases started selling in a gallery, I remember my mother-in-law, because as a gift to her, I painted her a canvas some years ago. And I remember her telling my wife, oh, I have one of Kendra's original paintings. Like, I have, the first. And again, a small thing. This is my mother-in-law. But if you know my mother-in-law, she is a woman of class and she is a woman of taste. Nice. So when she says, because she goes and she's going to spend some money. So she's a woman that knows what's luxury. And she hung my work in her home, and she bragged about having original pieces. And it made me feel as special as my mom putting because it's like, I'm just painting canvases for my family. I'm not thinking about it like that. But to her, she's like, my daughter-in-law is a famous artist. And one day, and I'm going to be able to say I have, one of her first canvas paintings. And that was special to me. Just little things that you don't even realize that you're doing. So, I'm here for all of the books and because I want to be able to say I did a podcast with this man. I have his body of work and I know him. So yeah.
That's what's up, man. I mean, and that's once again, that's another thing, especially for, Black and brown creatives that we do. We got to promote each other. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of our stuff is suppressed. Big time. It's just like I want to make sure that I never reach the point where I'm like, oh, you're not big enough for me to want to give you an opportunity. Because it's like, look, we get doors slammed in our face all the time. The last thing we need is to be slamming doors in each other's face. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I know everyone has that story, right? Oh, well, I made it on my own. Okay, cool. And I respect that. But I'm quite sure you wanted some help. You know what I'm
Man,
saying? I'm quite sure you would have liked if someone did hook you up where you didn't have to struggle to do it. Yes, struggling
you
breeds
know,
character, and that's cool. But dang, man, like everybody needs some help. So I want to make sure that I'm not doing that. Like when I'm sitting out, because I'm DMing people all the time to be on the show. One guy responded, and he was like, "Oh well, I don't think that you're at the stage where I want to be on the show, and then when you are, I'll reach back out to you." I'm like, are you saying that I'm not popular enough? And that's why you don't want to do? It's like, for real though.
But you know what? I have a saying, and I say this especially with stuff like that. Nobody jumps on the bandwagon until the wheels start moving. Everybody's real chill, but once they see some traction, once they see that you're moving, all of a sudden everybody want to jump on. Nah. But and it's really like that. It's like, man, and I don't know. Sometimes I like to be part of the startup, like, because just like my mother-in-law was like, hey, I got one of the original pieces. I was one of the OG members. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like, I just, and to see it build from, because even in our talk, I'm already finna reach out to Daphne Lee. I'm already finna reach out to Keidron Franklin.
Yes,
I got a couple of people that need to be sitting in front of you. And it's just like, each one teach one. Why not? Like, because I'm an artist. Daphne Lee is literally a ballerina. She's a ballet dancer. Like, Keidron is a philanthropist, like a man of the people. Like, these are not even, artists, but still creatives in their own right. Keidron is actually a musician. He does rap. He is a poet by nature. So it's like, somehow all of our journeys have intertwined with each other, and it's like we're all from all walks of. Daphne isn't even from here. I still, if I think hard enough, if I go back to our messages, maybe I can figure out how I got her to that point. But I really, off the top of my head, I really can't tell you how I got her here. I really don't know. It just kind of happened in a way. But I do feel like later on down the line, it'll come back around, because later on, my wife would send her jewelry. Later on, she may end up on this podcast. So it's like, you don't know the connections that you make with people. So sometimes, because that word exposure is a funny word too. I won't say that I haven't been one, because sometimes people do approach me with that exposure talk. And I kind of take it, I consider the source that it's coming from. You can't expose me to something I've already been exposed to. I was telling my wife, shoot, sometimes people are goldfish and they don't realize I'm a goldfish. We're still in this little fish bowl, and you're trying to expose me to the other side of the bowl. I can see that from where I'm at. Now, if you trying to expose me to the ocean, expose me to the sea, expose me to the river, expose me to the pond, it's not the fish bowl. So, if you're gonna expose me to something, even with this podcast, Mercedes' biggest thing before you even came into play, Mercedes wanted to do podcasts, but she was afraid. She was so, in her head about it. When you reached out and she was expressing interest, she was nervous. And I was like, babe, you said that you wanted to do this, so do it. I mean, he seems like he's an okay guy. You can kind of get a feel for him, but at the very least, you got to realize that sometimes you can't complain about your plate being full when the goal was to eat. So if you're asking me, what can I do to get myself comfortable with a podcast? Do a podcast. You got to do it. It's nothing, that's all you can do. So when she excitedly decided to do this, I was happy because I knew that even though she was nervous about it, it was something that she really in her heart wanted to do. And the opportunity presented itself at a time where she asked for it. So,
Mm.
same with me. Like, our conversations now is getting ourselves out there, like no longer working the 9 to 5s. So now we have to get we need to get on podcasts. We need to get our faces out there, because imagine being the greatest of all time or the greatest at what you're doing, but you're doing it behind closed doors where nobody can see you. Nobody knows how great you are. So you have to get out there. So that's where we are now, getting ourselves out there so that the world can see how amazing we are. Because it's not nothing new. If you know us, this is nothing new. This is only new if you're new to our pages. But this is me, this is her. So you keep going, because I can't wait to see what happens.
Look, there's no stopping progress, man. So I'm going to keep rolling, and it's rolling. You know what I mean? Like that's I already have another one, another guest set up next week. I'm very thankful for this interview, because this was growth for the L.O.S.T Creatives Podcast, in the sense that me interviewing, in the sense that what am I network? Me interviewing Sincerely Antoinette had her reach out to you,
right?
And
then, she sure did.
Yeah, and then now I'm interviewing you. So, and that's what's up. I that's what I'm talking about. Spread the word. Spread the word, because this is all going to benefit us. Us. You dig? Yes. The more people that come on, the more views, and then now I'm now the L.O.S.T Creatives Podcast is a place for you to listen to, or for you to view, to know about this new, not new, but to find creatives that you didn't necessarily knew existed.
Right. Look, we all knew somebody.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, but when towards the end, I do my taking it to the gut segment, where it's gut standing for giving up the tangibles. It's also a resource, because I ask questions of every creative. Someone starting out as a body artist, what do they do? So then you are also, okay, well, they may want to do this, and you kind of you answer and give advice for body artists who are just starting out, for people who were where you were and now they're trying to get where you are. You dig what I'm saying? So it becomes also a resource,
right?
And then the other thing is, you're Memphis.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, okay, she's in Memphis. Oh, I'm in, I don't know Tennessee like that.
Look. You could say the closest, if you're not, you could just say Nashville. Nashville is like our country cousins.
Yeah. So you could be like, oh, I'm in Nashville. Okay, if I'm interviewing somebody, in Brooklyn, oh snap, I'm in Manhattan. Let me, I'm in Philadelphia. That's just 2 hours away. So then there's that. It just, but it'll only get to that point when we all say, hey, this is another creative, another good brother, another good sister who's out here trying to support us.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And if we can all start doing that, man, that's what's up. But so we have covered a lot. And getting back to the journey, things just starting to take off for you in all good ways. you stumbling upon new ventures by way of fried turkey legs.
Man, fried turkey ribs.
By fried turkey ribs, excuse me.
Yeah.
By way of fried turkey ribs, spawning a whole different venture for you, allowing you to finally use that tool that you wasn't using. So that was not in vain.
Right.
And now we're going into, chapter 3, where you're at now, which you so wonderfully titled "Taking the World by Storm." Go ahead.
Well, this now has become, like you said earlier, with your works, and usually it's your family that's your first customers. And well, it was kind of the same. My mother-in-law, yet again, she was really the first one to look at them and be like, this is quality work, and literally went to church. And that turned into me doing the River Arts Festival last year, burning hats live. Okay. Live.
Man.
That literally stemmed from it. And from there, I don't know if you follow barbecue, but Gina Neely Neely's barbecue is a staple in Memphis. But Gina Neely has a show called Bluff City Life. Gina Neely.
Is that on a streaming network?
Well, actually, it's on our local news. They have a segment on our news station, but I'll send you that link as well. But literally burning hats on her show for this River Arts Fest, and I wanted to gift her a hat. I burned a hat live on television, and she wanted a G on her hat, and I put it on the hat and gifted it to her, and she still paid me for it. I wanted to gift it to her, but still to her, it was like, nah, I'll pay for this, and bought it. Did a whole reel on her page, shouting me out, wearing the hat. It just, from there, sales. I'm shipping outside of my city. Like, literally, nice. I'm all over the place now, and it's crazy. I'll get hat orders, and I'm always excited to see where they're going. And and it's crazy to me that my hats are in places where I've never even stepped foot. They're literally, I think the farthest place I have is Minnesota, St. Cloud, nice. Minnesota. And nice. Just, it's one thing to be an artist, but I feel like, and I've said this before, one of the hardest things as an artist is to put your work out there and for people to love it enough to put a dollar amount to it. What's the value of your art? For me, to some people, it's crazy to pay me to body paint you just to wash it away. But what you don't understand is I have body painted people who have done body transformation surgeries. I've had people cry because they see how they look and they love how they look. I've body painted people with scars, and you never even knew it was there once I finished. And it's more so the experience. It's not just my old phrase when I was, just getting out. It's so much more than body paint, because it is. People come and tell their stories, and I allow this through paint, and I let them do that. So to merge from that to hats, for me, it was like night and day, because body painting is so personal, but my hats, it's an individuality. You look at that one hat and it's one of one, and you see it. And I may have 50 hats, because at one point I had 50 hats at a festival, and people would just stand there forever just trying to figure out, which one speaks to me, because they all look nice, but I got to get the one and to watch it, to actually see it. Because when I first started with hats, it was discouraging. My very first trade show that I did, I sold one hat. And I sold that one hat as I was getting ready to pack up to leave. It was discouraging. And I was sitting there like, what have I done? I got all these hats that I've sat here and burned. And I'm like, you know, I'm because to be quite honest with you, I'm not a fedora person. Like, I don't wear fedoras just naturally. I wear ball caps, which now I've merged into ball caps, and this, you know, that changed the game. But
yes, they did.
So I had to, you know, as a person who doesn't wear fedoras, I can understand why you would look at it and say, oh, I'm not paying that for a hat. And that was the discouraging part. But then I got into a room with hat people, and they got me together, because their question was, why isn't your price higher than this? Because it's worth more than this. And then everything changed for me, because I'm a sneakerhead. I told you previously, my dad is a shoe man. He was a shoe man. Me, my brothers, we have it in our blood. We are shoe people. I am a sneakerhead. I have paid ridiculous amounts for shoes. My foot stopped growing in the 6th grade, so I ain't tripping, and I take good care of my stuff. So I'm gonna pay what I'm gonna pay for my shoes. But you know, there are some people that be like, you pay $300 for some Jordans? Yeah, because I'm a sneakerhead. But there are some people that be like, I wouldn't pay $300 for no Jordans. I wouldn't pay $300 for some shoes. I didn't realize that it's the same thing with hats. There are hat connoisseurs that are like, bro, a man told me he pays upwards of $600 for hats. He bought 2 hats from me for $300 and was like, you need to up your prices, because the hats that I'm buying for $600, they just a regular handmade hat. They not even designed in detail like yours is. What are you doing? The hard conversations. And now I've gotten to the place where if I go to an event, and if I got to pack up every hat that I brought, I'll pack them up and I'll take them right back to the house before I sell myself short, because that's what I was doing first to get the sale. But I had to realize I'm only speaking to the hat people. If you're not a hat person, you shouldn't even be here, because I'm not talking to you. I'm not trying to convince you. I just did an event, and it was discouraging because a woman told me to my face, oh, I'm not paying this for that. And honestly, my wife, I love her so much, because she was ready to get at her about it. And I was just like, you know, it was... She was ready, because I mean, just walk on. You know, when you go into a store, you know, you don't have to do, you know, you don't have to do that. But she told me to my face, oh, I'm not paying for that. And it caught me off guard. I wasn't prepared. I'm usually, as you can tell, I'm quick wit. I can get with you, but that kind of caught me off guard. And I was just like, well, is it that it's not worth it, or what is it? But I had to, once again, consider the source. Ma'am, you probably don't pay a pretty penny for nothing. So it ain't even, everybody spend money on something. Everybody does. I don't care what it is. There is something that you pay for that is, it may be absurd to someone else, but it's your thing. So I get that, but you don't have to let me know about it. You can just move on, because, you know, but me personally, and I say this too, I've been in Lenox Mall in Atlanta. I don't walk in the Louis Vuitton store. I don't walk in Gucci. And honestly, right now, I can go buy some Gucci, but it's just like, that's not my style. But I know when I'm getting ready to walk in the Gucci store, I already know where my mind needs to be at, or where my pockets need to be at. So I already know what to expect. But when you see a person who's making hats or doing something different, you don't know what to expect. So I do prepare for that initial shock. But right now, I am so in my pocket. I'm okay if you don't buy this hat, because the hat that costs more has already sold. And I'm just amazed. Mercedes and I, Sincerely Antoinette, and KB the Visionary, we just did a collab. And we said we did 5 hats, and we told each other, because we both are doing an event in October, and we said we would just do a test run, see how price point wise where we need to be. I priced them fairly high because not only now do I have to make a profit from my hats, I have to pay my wife too for her work. So now it's the dynamic is different. We posted those. 1 hat sold the very first day. The very first day. And out of 5, literally, we have 2 left. So I'm just, so now we're ready. We're talking about trade shows. And I just had someone who is also a hat designer just recently went to Chicago. Jay Shamar, Bags by Jay Shamar, because this is another Black creative that you probably need on your show that goes to
Bags by Jay Shamar.
Yes. So this woman don't know me from a can of paint. She saw me at an event saw me at an event a couple months ago. I thought she was a customer. I'm over here with a customer, and he's just talking, and I'm looking at this lady, and I'm like, I don't want to spend so much time to where I don't get to my other customer. So I was like, sir, let me wrap this up. I don't want to, have her waiting. I get over there, and she tells me she's not a customer. She's in the event as well. She has a booth on the other side, and she wanted to come and let me know that my hats made her want to put her stuff up.
Woo!
She stood there for a good 10 minutes waiting. Her name is Jamie, Bags by Jay Shamar. Jamie waited for me to finish with my customer just to come and let me know that she loved my work. From there, she's another one who said, your prices are too low for your hats. She just went to Chicago and did a trade show. You know what she did? Because this is when I say everybody can eat, this is how you know everybody can eat. This woman don't know me. She reached out to me, asked me, could she take some of my hats to Chicago just to show me that it could be done? Guess what? I sent her some hats. Guess what? The first day, those hats sold. I was getting cash apps while I was in the grocery store in Kroger getting me some ice cream. And I'm getting cash apps from her selling my hats in Chicago.
Shout out to the Black support, man.
Shout out to the Black support.
That's what's up, man.
Yes.
See, that's what I'm talking about. There's money. Man, there's money. There's money out here for everybody.
Man, and honestly, she told me she just wanted to show me that it could be done. I offered to pay her. She would not accept money. She said, no. Because I know what I'm talking about. I want to show you and prove to you. I wasn't even there. I was here. She was in Chicago, and I was making money in
just
Kroger.
Like shout out to the Black support, man. Word.
Shout out to the Black support,
man,
because that's why, when people say, when you were saying earlier, I did it by myself. I did the craftsmanship by myself. I did the work by myself. But my name was in rooms before I got in there because other people was talking about me. I'm doing it.
I did it by myself. You ain't do everything by yourself.
You can't. And honestly, to say that you did it by yourself, honestly, would say a lot about that person. And I don't mean that in a positive way, because what type of person are you that where people see that you're dreaming about something, they don't want to help you? Because like I said with Keedron, I flipped that RV simply because he was renting it out. So he was letting homeless people stay there. And I was just like, we talked about him making it into an Airbnb. And I was like, well, before you do that, let's at least make it nice so that when people come and stay, they feel like they're at home. It wasn't about money. It was about this Black man trying to do something. And what can I do to help? So,
what can I do?
And in turn, this is what I got. So I feel like we're all here to help somebody. Like, you're supposed to walk through the door and look behind you. You're supposed to turn around. Like,
supposed to.
I have cut off people because I know when I walked through the door, I turned around and reached out my hand and pulled you in. But when you walked through the door, you shut the door. And I was just standing there.
Yep.
So no, it's all, we're all connected. Like,
we really are
by one thing or another. So right now,
and it's like take your personal crap out of it. You know what I mean? Like, just like that's not if it has its place, it's not here right now. You know, I'm trying to I could look, Busted. I can understand if as a matter of fact, this happened. I reached sending out my DM. Someone had said that they were interested. It was the creative's representative speaking on behalf of the creative, right?
Okay.
And that's what's up. I mean, you're doing well enough where you got somebody doing that
you
for you.
got
That's
people.
Cool. That's what's up. Yeah. Like, I'm not going to say the creative's name. And I was like, oh, well, thank you. So-and-so is happy to know that you're interested in having them on the show, blah, 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 blah. Please tell us a little bit more about your work, about the show. So, okay, cool. I was like, you know what? That's wonderful. This is my first time running into this. I should have something written up addressing that in case somebody will ask that question. That's an honest question. I ain't got no problem with that. So okay. Responded to that. Cool. Got a response back. It sent some links. Was by that time I think I had two shows. Sent the links to some of the shows that they could see, how it goes. And they responded back saying, well, this doesn't really align itself with, so-and-so's vision, and so therefore, we're not going to do it, but so-and-so thanks you, blah, 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 blah. Now, I don't have a problem with you feeling that my mission doesn't align with you. For whatever reason. Okay, if you want to say my mission don't align with yours, okay. And I can't be too mad about that because I know I'm making a distinction. I'm saying that I'm looking for Black and brown creatives specifically. I'm not interviewing anyone else.
Yeah.
Now, reason, and I state the reason why that is, it's not because I could care less about anybody else. It's like, no, this is about trying to make sure that we are promoting ourselves and we're helping ourselves, because we desperately need that. So if you feel that, and they said, like, oh, well, so-and-so's message, so-and-so's creativity is to the world, and that's the type of audience we want to build. So no, like, okay, all right, that's if you have an image and you don't feel that what I'm doing aligns with that image, or you don't want to attach yourself, to anything that is outside of that image, all right, I can dig it. I'm not tripping. All right, fine, whatever. My only issue at that point is, what's wrong with my mission?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? What's wrong with, if that's your thing, cool. Now my question is this: what's so wrong with my mission that you don't want to align? I'm trying to promote Black and brown creative. You're a Black creative. I don't see why this you can stop because you are a guest on my show. This now means that you only advocate those who advocate for Black people. First of all, even if that was the case, why is that so bad?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, Black ain't you? But that's not even the case. But I'm just saying, it's like, how is this a problem for you? And that's another thing that kills me. it's like, and we very much run into it, you know, as Black people, we run into it all the time. And it's like, ooh, I don't want to make it seem like I just want to do things for Black people.
You know, I don't understand why.
Why not? Who else is doing it for Black people?
Because that's a big thing here lately. It's like, why is pro-Black equivalent to anti-white? That's not
anti something else.
Or anti anything else. Like that's not what I mean when I say, but it's just like, for me,
that's not what that means.
I love me a good movie. Like me, my biggest thing, there's a debate online right now about Adam Sandler. Adam Sandler puts the same people in his movies. Mm-hmm. I love that. Those are his people. He puts his people in his movies. The Wayans have put all their family in their stuff. I mean,
what the heck?
Who cares? Like, I literally just told somebody, I was like, if you notice, nobody, because when I made this statement on Facebook, a lot of people was like, they didn't realize that if you're a person who watches Adam Sandler movies, his wife makes a cameo in every single movie. If she's not a main character,
I don't know what his wife looks like. I watch Adam Sandler movies. I love his movies. But now I'll be looking for it because I don't know
if it's blended or just go with it with him and Jennifer Aniston. But basically, he's a surgeon.
My wife was watching that last night.
He was a surgeon. He's a doctor.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. When it first comes on, and they do a flashback to when he got his heart broken. Right. He was about to get married, and the woman was talking about his nose. That's his wife.
The woman who was talking about his nose is his wife.
The woman who was supposed to marry him, that's his actual wife. She makes a cameo in every movie. Same thing with Melissa McCartney. Melissa McCartney's husband, even her commercials, her little travel commercials.
Yes, that I did
know. Husband
that I did know. Yeah.
I went and got my hair done, and the girl that did my hair was telling me that she loves the fact that I'm doing a collab with my wife. And I was just like, why wouldn't I? Of all people to do a collab with.
Of all people to do it with. I'm sitting here with this magnificent artist that could make my stuff. Like, why would I? I'm going to go find another jewelry artist.
No, my wife is also my model. She is literally on my page more than I'm on my page.
I've literally
but it's just like, she will do it, no questions asked, be like, hey, I just need a couple of pictures, and she is ready. My body paint model, also my wife. The only thing I will not do, I will not body paint my wife live. And people ask me that over and over again. I can't tell you how many paid gigs I've had where they ask me, could they pay me to body paint my wife? I will not do it. That's where I draw the line. I'll body paint her at home, but live, no. I'm gonna leave it right there. I got a live model for that, and she's my good friend. But other than that, that's the only time you won't see my wife in the forefront. So
interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So no, when I say that to say, these are all people that put their people on, no matter who their people are. So why can't we have a place where we put our own people? Because you see it, like everybody else is doing it, but it seems like when we do it, it's an issue. It's only an issue when we do it.
And it's in what makes it the biggest problem. What makes it the biggest problem? Maybe not the biggest problem, but what makes it one of the biggest problems is when we have a problem with it.
Yeah.
And it's just like, what the hell, man?
Yep.
Because here's the thing.
Bad.
Here's the thing. When we're trying to do it for that reason, there's no exploitation involved. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? It's like, look, I'm doing this so we can come up.
Right.
So we can come up. You know what I mean? Like, shout out to Isaac Hayes. Is it third? I think it's the third. Isaac Hayes the third. He created Fanbase, black social media platform, and he's always driving this point, man. Always driving this point. It's like, look, Instagram is steady suppressing our stuff. They don't pay like they should. You know, they pay other people who are doing the same thing we're doing much more money.
Yep.
We have something for ourselves now, so why don't we support that?
You just taught me something, because it's my first time hearing about it.
Yeah,
but I bet I do my research and get on it.
Yes, definitely check that out, man, for real. And it's just like, and that's what I'm, you know, that's what it's about. That's what it's about. And anyway, it just irritates me when someone wants to be like, ooh, it doesn't, I don't know. What you mean you don't know? I'm not saying that if you do my show, this means that you will not do anything else for any other race. Like, who the hell is saying that? You know, this has nothing to do with that at all. Look, I'm an author. I want everybody in every race, creed, or color to buy my books.
Hello?
I want them all to talk about it, you know, and everything. You know, but there's nothing wrong, especially for us to say, no.
Yeah.
This is our thing.
Yeah.
And we're trying to do our thing here. And that's what it's about.
Yeah.
That's what it's about. It's nothing more. Don't read more into it. It's just that. And no one is, outside of the stupidity that's created in the world, no one should have a problem with you trying to support you.
Right.
And if they do have a problem with it, then you should have a problem with them.
Right.
Why you got a problem with me trying to support people who look like me? What's wrong with you? Maybe I need to stop hanging around you.
Hello.
You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't be, you know, that doesn't mean I can't still do the other thing I'm trying to do. This, you know, it's crazy. But regardless of that, the L.O.S.T Creative Podcast is still here. Regardless of that, you know, like I just mentioned, Fanbase is still here, you know, and we're still going to try to make, you know, something for us like everybody else does, and no one's got any problem with it.
Right.
You know what I mean? But anyway, you had you mentioned a few things. Every time that I looked down and my hand was moving, I was jotting down things that you said. I loved it. You said you can't complain about your plate being full when your goal is to eat. Yeah, man, that's sweet. That is so sweet. And I'm so glad that you said that to her, because as I expressed to her, she gave me insight, you know. I started to realize that, okay, we are not alone. If you think like it, guaranteed there's another 5,000 more that think just like
it.
So at least. So if you were apprehensive, then maybe a lot of other people who aren't responding are apprehensive too.
Yeah.
She was just willing to voice her apprehension.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So because of them, not necessarily because of me.
And that's exactly what I would say. You said you have at least one child.
Children? Me and my wife have five.
Okay. So with your children, how often when they were little, when they were trying something, did you have to eat it first and then give it to them?
Yep.
And I don't have children, but you know, I'm very maternal, and I got little babies around me. So I know that sometimes it's like that. Sometimes you have to be the person that try it first and then say, oh, it's good. Now you give it a go. And I had a photographer friend like that. And I mean, amazing guy. He's no longer with us, but Rob works, best guy, but so underrated. He wanted to work with so many different people. And it was like, we just, again, I build relationships. We struck up this friendship, and he was the only person as of today, that same person in St. Cloud, Minnesota is also a customer, a hat customer, but he's a
Nice.
photographer. And he just said, one of these days I'm gonna get you in front of my camera. Rob was the only person that I took my photos with. And when I took my photos, people would come to him and be like, I want to look like that. I want to do that. And me and Rob would sit there talking about how he would want to work with certain models, but he didn't understand why they wouldn't come to him. We started doing shoots. All of a sudden, those models are now in your studio. Sometimes it just takes a person to dip their toe in first and say, y'all, come on. Like, cause I promise you, when this is over, I'm about to ring the alarm. I'm about to hit up Daphne. I'm hitting up everybody and not just those two people, but I'm just going to start tagging you to these people that I know, that are like-minded, because I want to get my folks out there. I want to be able to say, this person started out right here and I was a part of that journey. I say all the time, there are people, the very first people who bought my hats, like right now, on the inside of my hats, there's my signature. I'm going to do a video like a Did You Know on the back of my ball cap.
I'm like, I've never seen that. You should show that. Yeah.
So I'm going to do that. But the only caveat to that is my OG customers, their hats don't have that because I didn't think to sign my name. So it's so many things. So when I say, my journey, there are people who were part of my journey when I didn't even have the signature on the inside. There are people who are part of my journey when I didn't even have wide brims. Like I was doing the short brims. I don't even look at those hats no more. I literally get a certain type of hat now. And it's just like, it's all become a journey. And all of these people who have bought these hats, or there are people who have said, oh, let's do like a Zodiac collab. And I had to tell them, listen, I'm a Capricorn. My wife is a Sagittarius. That's 2 out of the 12 zodiac signs. So now we're going to have 10 extra hats just around that don't have nothing to do with us. But, still, you take it and you like, okay, later on, maybe we'll do like a zodiac series or something. And it's so many different, somebody asked us to put jewels and stuff all into the hats. Everything is part of your journey. And even if that person doesn't get the hat, you still gave us the idea. So maybe we'll see how it turns out. But with you and with this, I'm really excited for you because I call myself a visionary for a lot of reasons. I can see things that people can't see. So I can already see what your future looks like. I see how it began and I see how it's going to look later. So I'm so glad that we have this on record because only my wife can say, because I trust her enough to say certain things that happen, that I know are going to happen. And I tell her, I'll be like, I just want to be on the record and tell you that this, and this is what I see. So when it happened, I say, babe, you remember when I told you X, Y, and Z? And she'd be like, yep. No, I mean, just crazy stuff. So I'm telling you that I see this becoming so beautiful for you. And it's like, I'm really excited because if I felt like it was going to be, for us. So I'm excited. I'm excited for all of this. And, I'm thankful for this opportunity. I wasn't nervous, but I didn't really know what to expect. Mercedes did say that you were very welcoming and that you were easy to, have banter with, like go back and forth. She always says that I'm quick wit and she's not so much. So when she told me that she was able to play off of you a lot, I knew that I would be fine. So that worry went out the window as soon as she said that, because I was like, okay, if you're good with him, I'll be fine with him.
Yeah, I mean, I try to, that's always been me. And this is one of the reasons, when I came up with this, my wife was like, you're writing and this, because she's always been like, you just love talking. And then she'd be like, you love talking. You just saying, and she said, not only that, but you like talking with people, and then you like, bringing things out, and you have a way with just making situations easy and
Yeah,
comfortable.
I agree.
And just that, so this is definitely it for you. And I was just always the type of person where I can meet you wherever you're at.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
same.
My very, very first guest, Chef Jamila B. I love the interview I had. Her interview it wasn't like Sincerely Antoinette, and it wasn't like yours. It was more. It was more. I don't know. It was much more of a, for lack of a better word, it was a much more of a structured, professional
Got you.
interview. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because that's very much how she came about it. So I don't try to take that and make it into how we're doing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because that's not how you're presenting yourself. Like, I knew Sincerely Antoinette was, a little nervous, but at the same time, I could see that she did want to open up, and I could tell that when she was just saying, and I say, so how's this morning going? And she was like, oh, it's going okay. If she didn't want to open up, she would have been like, it's going good. I feel good. She could have left it at that. But then she was like, well, I woke up, I watered my plant. Like, oh, you're mentioning things that you didn't have to mention. So those are little indicators for me to say, okay, you want to talk, but maybe you just don't, So all I got to do is just pick up on that and let you know this is cool to talk about. And then after that, what I'm saying, it was all good. But it, so I've always been that type of person. If you want to have a serious conversation, we just have a serious conversation. And then people, are cool with me for that. You know what I'm saying? If you want to have a laid back conversation, fine, we'll have a laid back conversation. I'm very much feeding off of you. Now, I'm a joyful person, I guess. So even in like a professional setting, I'm still going to crack a joke.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm still going to do that because that's still me.
Yeah.
And then something else that you mentioned, which I loved you saying this, especially, for chapter 3, was how the people who first got your hats didn't have the signature in.
Right.
And I think that's so, I think it's wonderful because, just like I said, Chef Jamila B was my first guest. I was so thankful that she did it because she's a mentor to me. She's a very, very smart businesswoman. She does this all by, all by herself. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
She's raising 2 boys. She just, and it's just every time I look up, she's doing something else. She's doing something
Where
else.
does she have the energy?
Successful, something else. It's like, dang, like you just don't stop. And I'm very thankful, to the Lord that I was able to know her, and have her as my first guest. I really wanted her to be, the first person I had an interview with. Just for like, I wanted her to be number one because she means something to me.
Right.
And the information that she has is amazing, So I wanted her to have that honor because I know this is going to be big.
Yeah.
And I wanted her to have that honor. But yeah, so I hate when I do this. Yes, right. I said all of that to say. When you doing Sincerely Antoinette's interview, and that was just the second one, and in doing yours, I realized that these are much better interviews than the first one than I did with Chef Jamila B.
And your next one gonna be better.
I realized it's just, and the next one's gonna be better than that. I realized, oh snap, there was more questions that I should have asked. There was, different ways that I should have, you know what I'm saying? I realized that when I did the second interview, and then I was something else I realized with this interview. So it's like, dag, I wanted her to have the honor of the first one, but now I'm like, I gotta, once I've had a number of people on, I gotta have her back because I want to be able to interview her when I'm more seasoned with this.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because I want
Listen,
her to
ain't nobody ever went wrong with a little bit more seasoning.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So
unless you got high cholesterol. Never mind.
There's always an exception to the rule. But in the work always is that way, right?
Right.
You make a pen and you sell it, and then especially if it's something that you're starting out with.
Yeah.
My wood burnings, the first one was okay. Someone I knew bought that, but then the ones after that, they were just on another level.
See,
you know what I'm saying? And it's just like, but I mean, look, I think it's wonderful to see that, and at the same time, those people, they have special things.
Yeah.
They have, I know you got KB, but I got her when she wasn't even putting the signature on. See, look at this.
Man, you got Kendra.
She wasn't even putting the signature on. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got Kendra. You got KB. Yes. I got Kendra. You dig?
Man.
That's saying something.
Because let me tell you, people right now will say KB the visionary and be like, oh, well, what's your name? Kendra. Like... just I appreciate the people who knew Kendra. I appreciate the people who still know Kendra, and I appreciate the people who know that they had Kendra when they had her, and they know that KB the visionary is something completely different. So I appreciate all of that, because it's like I said, it's all part of the journey, and you don't even know that. I didn't even know that. I don't know what made me start signing the inside of the hats. I don't know. And then I realized that I hadn't been doing it since day one. But it's the same with murals. I have my murals in businesses, and I'll go to, like, right now there's a real popular taco truck, and there's a guy, Tunky Berry, amazing artist. He always tagging his name. I'm gonna find him too for you, because he here.
You said, what do you say? Tunky or
Tunky?
Okay, Tunky.
Yeah,
okay.
Tunky Berry. But every time he does a mural, he signs his name. And me personally, I always be conflicted, because it's like, oh, it's in your business. I don't want to sign my name. But I realized I should just sign my name. I should have just done it.
Just sign your name.
I know. But I won't make that mistake again. So with the hats, I was like, what can I... Because, okay, for a short period, I was doing my fingerprint, and I realized that was a bad idea. Like, I would paint my thumb and put it on the canvas, and there was my signature. Like... It only made it to like 1 or 2 canvases before I realized that was a bad idea. So I mean, we go with the flow, we figure it out, and we realize it doesn't work. So
yes.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the way it is. I changed my signature, but I did it, and I did it in different spaces. So. Like now, the signature I have now, like if I'm signing a book, that's my signature for everything. Well, I'm not really doing anything else but writing at the moment. But when I was wood burning, I had more of it was a different signature, and I even got a stamp made, and I would stamp, burn it into that. That was a different look. But there is signing your work, and then there's your work's signature. So people always know it's yours.
Right.
I had some questions before the generic question.
Okay.
So like I said in the intro, you're a creative jack of all trades, it seems here.
Yeah.
body paint, hat designs, clothing art. What's your favorite thing to do?
If I am honestly, I think it would probably just be doodling. I I have this, and I even have a video of that on my Instagram because I just sometimes sit and I'll just take a pen and some paper and I'll make these little doodles. I don't know why I do it, but I do it even when I'm like, if I'm at work and I'm in a meeting, everybody's taking notes. I'm taking notes and I'm doodling at the same time. And it's how I retain information. I don't know,
Yes.
like literally, if you look at any of my notes, you see my writing, but there are all these different black blotches of ink that I didn't just kind of, and I don't know why I do that, but if I'm on the phone with a, 1-800, and I'm on hold and they're giving me information, I'm doodling. If I'm in a meeting, I'm doodling. Honestly, if it wasn't for me having to look up into the camera, I'd probably be doing that. Like, yeah, I have so many different pages and pages of just literally just doodling stuff. It don't make no sense. It don't say anything or do anything.
I just see that's I think doodling, it carries such a insignificant connotation.
Right. Because it's doodle.
But it's not.
Yeah.
You still really, it does. Even you just show, I'm looking at this like, this is what you do to pass time? That's the masterpiece you create to pass time? Are you kidding me?
Yeah. See, if I'd have had time, I would have put some black in there. I just had a couple of colors. So it was close by.
I would, same thing at work, when I was on the phones selling, I'm talking with someone and they're explaining something, I'm just, I don't know how many times people have asked me, oh man, like, are you a tattoo artist? Like, so many times. And I'm just like, no, this is just no.
That's the one thing I didn't pick that up. And I do the stencil work for tattoos. My wife's full sleeve is a stencil that I drew. Like, it's
really?
I have an issue with skin. Like, I can body paint it, but I don't want to go beyond that. Like, dealing with bleeding and skin irritation. And because to me, that's almost like doctor-ish, because you got to know people's skin. Because even with body paint, that's a thing. Like, you have to make sure that you're not putting something on somebody that is gonna tear their skin up or break. Some people have really sensitive skin, so if I can put the wrong oil on my hair and it get on my face and you just jack me up. So I try to be very, very careful with people and their skin. So with tattooing, that's the one thing that I never had a want to say, oh, I think I should. I don't. I just never had a want.
I'll tell you something, KB. That is a heart's desire.
Yeah,
I really want to be a tattoo artist so bad. It's one of the things that I don't. So here's the reason why I don't. As a personal belief, I'm Muslim and I don't believe that you should be permanently altering your body. I don't have anything against with people who have them. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I don't believe that you should do it. So I would feel that I would be a huge hypocrite if I don't have on my body, but I'll give it to you, you know, like, so,
Yeah.
you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So I feel that would make me very hypocritical in that belief. So I don't do it. But man, it's one of the things that I want to do it. I just,
Do you watch
you
Ink
know.
Master?
Yes, I do. I love, you know, because it's just like, once again, remember I told you,
Yeah.
when I see something that I'm like, I instantly say to myself, I can do that.
Now, Ink Master is one of those where I was like, man, I feel like I might be able to, you know, but it's just the actual act I just can't get past because you got
I'm
one
not
time
trying
to
to,
bleed or
I'm not
something.
trying to, I'm not trying to promote you into doing, sway you into doing it or anything. Persuade you. That's the word I'm looking for. I'm not trying to persuade you, but you clearly are an artist.
Yes.
You already paint on bodies. Now,
Yeah.
a pen and a are two different things.
Yes.
I think for you, it would be like me with nails. You have to learn that canvas, and then once you
Yeah.
do, man,
Yeah.
I have no doubt that you wouldn't be great. I mean, if you can create the stencil for it.
Yeah.
Because I remember one guy, he was on me he's like, look, okay, well, I'll pay for the drawing. Just give me the drawing. And I'm like, no, because I know what you're going to do with it. So, and I'm not, you know, I'm not doing that. But you know, so it's like, okay, you can already do the art itself. You already know how to apply it to walls, to body, to clothes. It would just literally be the last. I guess the only step you're missing is using this pen to apply it to skin.
Yeah. You know what?
Okay?
I think I would get bored. I think I would be bored. Like, I do because I don't. Okay, so with my hats, they're all one of one. They're all freehand, and I don't recreate the same designs. So the curvature may be the same, but if you sit them side by side, they're in different places. They look different in their own right. So it's like, with the tattoo, I would be like, because let me tell you, when I design shoes, I be good on that first shoe, and then I finish it. And then I look over at the other shoe that's not done at all. And I'm just like, damn, I got to do this again. I really be like one and done, but then we have 2 feet. So that's where my dilemma. So you talking about a whole sleeve or something? Oh, I'm bored. I'm bored with this because you can't just jump all over the place. If you watch my body painting videos, I'm all over the place. Like I might start at her neck somewhere and then go down to her ankle, like just because I can.
No, that's cool. That's what's up. Like you could watch painters paint and they'll do that. I remember I was who was it? Was it my wife? Was it my daughter? Somebody? I think it must have happened a few times then. Most recently was my daughter. She was like, okay, so I do, and then I come down here. I was like, no, why are you coming out? Well, you went down there. I'm like, but that's just, I don't know. I just felt going there now to paint. It's just, you know, you go about it the way you want to go about it. You know what I'm saying? It ain't got nothing. I've seen it. It frustrates me sometimes when I'm watching somebody. I'm like, why the hell are you doing that? You know, but, you know, I'm like, okay, I guess it works. It comes together. You know, even though I do it myself. I can't stand watching other people do it.
Yeah.
But you know, so that's got nothing to do with nothing. That's just how you are. What was I was going to say? Oh shoot. And it was something that you had said that made me think about. I hate that. All right. But dang it. Anyway, so yeah, I don't know. I can't necessarily say that you would get bored. Simply because you have to move, you know, up and down. I can't really say you would. Maybe you would. You know you better than me, but I don't know. And you know, especially with like a sleeve, from what I found out is a lot of times, you know, people when they do those long detailed pieces of art, it's like, yo, look, this is all I'm doing for the day. You know, I'm doing this for 3 hours. Stop. Come back tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, I finish a little bit more. Come back when I got more free time. Like I remember this young lady I was working with. I saw it as it was working, and as she was getting it done, he did the first, and then this part, and then down here. You know, it took, I think, like in the month, it was all done.
Oh God.
You know, so, but I mean, but look,
that's dedication.
That's, you say that, and then you say that sitting in front of this dedicated wall you got back here.
But you know what? How long you think? How long you think that's it?
I wouldn't even. I have no idea.
Maybe.
I have no idea.
I would say maybe 2 hours. Maybe.
I thought it took much
honestly,
more than 2 hours.
It took me longer to set up the camera and move the furniture than it did to actually, because it just, to watch me, because now everybody's doing like the tape design, or, you know, pulling the tape out, paint it down and all of this stuff. And it's like the design itself to me looks the same whenever I see it. When I did it for a business, she said she wanted a tape design, and she said, I don't want it to look like all the other designs that I've been seeing. And I was like, well, it won't. Period. Like and when she came in and she saw it, and she was just, I mean, literally screaming. I had that, you know, reaction video. It's the lines. Like my lines are straight, and they're
different
mostly
sizes.
You see triangles. You see just
different sizes. They're different levels of thickness.
Yeah.
And you up here saying, "Oh man, it was 2 hours. Ain't, you know, it wasn't nothing. You know, I do my thing. You know, da da da." I'm looking at that like, yeah, that's going to take me much longer than 2 hours. Now, with that being said, this could be, it's 2 hours because this is what I do, and now this is 2 hours. It could also, you know, that could also be a part of it. You know what I mean? But you know, it's. I don't, like I said, it is a different medium.
Yeah.
You know, so, and so maybe you would get bored. I personally think that if you did, you would probably fall in love with it.
Probably.
I could be dead wrong, but I just think that if you actually did it, you would probably fall in love with it. You know, and that could be another. Now I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to give you another.
But you know what?
Distraction.
But here's how that would go. Even like on Ink Master, they have like specialty. Like they'll do traditional Japanese, and that's all they do. It would have to be one of those situations where, like, I know tattoo artists where all they do is a line, literally a line, and that line is so straight, and that it's a tattoo artist. That's all they do, just different types of lines. And it's like, it would have to be a situation like that. But with that same mindset, when I decided to make KB the visionary of business, I told my wife, I want to be at the point where, and they do. When I did a pair of jeans for a young lady, she said, I want your signature line work. That's what I want. Come to me for what you see me doing. Don't come to me and say, oh, put Tweety Bird on the back of my pants, because everybody can do that. There are people that are doing that. That's a waste of my talent. And I just don't even do it. I will not do it. I'm sorry. You better be somebody I know.
I love it. No,
because it's a waste. Because when I put that on my page, I don't want to do that. I want you to say, dang, I want you to put this on my wall. And they do. When I got my jeans on, make my jeans look like that. I don't want you. I think one of the biggest slaps in the face for artists is when you bring me somebody else's work and you say, hey, can you do that? Do you see this on my page?
Man.
I'm literally, my biggest thing is individuality. I had to tell someone yesterday, I never told you I'm selling perfection, because I'm hand doing this. It's handcrafted. There's imperfections in handcrafted.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sell you one of one. Ain't nobody else gonna have what you got. I can tell
Yep.
you that, but I'm never
You better
going to
believe
tell
it.
you that I'm selling you perfection, because that's factory made. That's mass produced. And even them, I worked at Nike, and I worked where they have the defects where the Nike symbol is literally a centimeter to the left, and that's a
Mm,
defect. You're
mm,
not going to tell me
mm.
about perfection, sir. Like, it's
No.
not, we're not doing it. So I wanted my business, my brand, to stand on its own, in its design, in its creativity, to where you're not asking me to do what you see. You're coming to me so that you can get what I already got. And
Mm.
that's
Yeah.
literally all I want.
That's yep. Yep. That's look, man. Go ahead. So okay. Question.
Go.
How did this and talk about it? Like, did you have to get like approval? You got something going on here. You have some sorority designs. I think I saw some Alpha Kappa Alpha,
Mm-hmm.
some Sigma Gamma Rho, and I
Yeah.
believe an Omega Psi-Phi. Psi-Phi.
I got them.
Omega.
I got them all.
Yeah. I saw 3. Now, did you? Are you?
So let me explain
okay?
it.
Yes, please.
Because I'm not Greek at all. So when I first, this is how this started. A gentleman inboxed me. I got the inbox, and I like to, even with my body paint clients, if they inquire about body paint services, I always go to their page. I always see what their body type is like. If they have a bunch of tattoos, if it's going to be, I always do my research. So when this particular gentleman reached out, he just wanted a purple hat to match his outfit. But when I looked on his page, I saw that he was an Omega. So I asked him, because here's my thing. My price is my price. If you're going to pay me to do something, I'm going to give you the bang for your buck. You want me to just paint a hat, not realizing that I can burn a whole design into the hat. And so I told him, I can give you a purple hat, or I could paint you an Omega hat, make it more personal to you. And he was like, well, what's the charge? And I was like, nothing. You're asking me for something, so I'm just letting you know that this is all included in what you're asking, because you don't realize that you're just asking me to paint your hat. But I see that there's so much more potential here, because it helps me too. I need to feel this. So now I have something to go on. I have, your fraternity. So literally, I did this hat for this man, and it went viral. Literally. I mean, and all I did was ask him, certain things. His fraternity symbols, if you have a line name, something like that. So when it kind of went over into other sororities and fraternities, other than their generic, like their actual symbols, I didn't put nothing else unless they asked me to. So if you're an Omega, like everybody talk about the dog, I didn't even realize that there's certain chapters, and they have military chapters, and so the whole dog tags and the dog collars, that's not even a thing with all of them. So I because I'm not Greek, you don't know, because you're not in that club. So it's same thing with the sororities and their pearls and their rubies and all of that stuff. So when I would get these hat orders, I would ask them, give me certain things to put on your hat, because I don't want to assume, because I did do that one time where I put the wrong symbol, because listening to Google, they telling me the wrong thing, and I got the wrong symbol on the hat, but I learned how to, adapt quickly and recoup. So I ended up covering that hat with an amazing design, and it was just like, I didn't even know I could do that. But again, when you have to, you find out that you can. So that's kind of how that went. That literally, because I didn't expect I didn't expect for that to happen, because when I tell you those omegas was knocking down my door, like for
Mm.
a good 2 to 3 weeks straight, I was, man, I got a table outside. That thing is purple. Like it's just purple,
Wow.
because I had so many hats, and it was like, then you would get, an alpha man say, "Hey, well, can you do an alpha hat?" Yeah, I need an
Mhm.
alpha to buy it, because I'm not just making hats for y'all. So that was the hardest part, because I would post the hat that somebody already commissioned me to do, and people would be like, "Well, how can I get this hat? It's sold, but you can get it by X, Y, and Z." And of course, people don't
Mhm.
ever listen. So it took a minute. For the longest time, you only saw Omega hats, because they were only buying what they could see. They already see the Omega hat. So now they're just like, "Oh, well, give me one of those." So then I had an alpha come, and then I did a hat for him. And now it just kind of ran into, I think I've touched almost every sorority except for like a couple. And I think I've hit every fraternity. So at this point, I'm just, I'm just whatever you want me to put on the hat, I'm putting on the hat. So I'm not turning down no money. Listen, you want it? Okay, we finna do it. So it's just one of those things where, like earlier I said, don't bring me somebody else's, and ask me to do that. However, in this particular case, it kind of pushed me outside of my comfort zone without me knowing it, because I'm not Greek. I wanted to provide a good service for this customer. And because I wanted to do that, I offered him to put his fraternity on it. And again, good karma, it just came back around. I had no idea that this one man's hat was gonna launch a whole nother, venture. Yeah, I'm doing hats, but now I got frat hats and sorority hats, and it's just, it is
And it rains
limitless.
and pours, right?
It does, and I got all my buckets. I'm ready.
Catching them like Pokemon.
And will, because we're not leaving no money on the table.
Nah. Well, they. I just thought I wanted to ask about that, because I love the idea. They all your hats look great. That just was like, oh snap, that's cool.
Yeah.
So I want to go ahead and go over, just some the creative questions, right?
Okay.
First one, do you consider yourself a creative?
Absolutely. Like, what? I don't know. I don't know how not to be. I really don't. I really think creative people are problem solvers. Really. So even around the house, my wife sits at her chair, and there's this little table, and she puts her feet on the bottom of the bars. After a while, those indentions start to hurt your feet. Well, yes. I get to where now I go get a towel, and I put the towel on top of the bar, so that when she puts her foot down, it's cushioned. Literally, I was supposed to be leaving the house yesterday, and I couldn't get out the house fast enough because I was too busy trying to make sure it was cushioned under her foot. And she was like, "Babe, all right, I'm fine, go." But when I see it, I have to fix it. I have to change it, tweak it just a bit. But I feel like that's my creative mind figuring out a easier way. That little piece of lazy that's like, what can make this more comfortable for me? But I don't even want to know what I look like without a creative mindset. It's probably so boring.
That. I don't want to know what I look like without a creative mindset.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, it would be. I know for me, it'd be ugly. It'd be an ugly look.
That movie. I have a bad habit of doing this too. I'll stick a pen in a thought, and it'll come back to me. That movie was Pleasantville. I kept saying
Pleasantville.
Smallville.
There you
It was
go.
Pleasantville.
Yes, Pleasantville. Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for answering that.
Yeah.
Pleasantville. Yes. Okay. All right. That's what's up.
My
Okay.
mind went back to that. Like, if I wasn't a creative mind, I'd probably in Pleasantville, like somewhere in there.
Okay. Fair enough. What's the most frustrating thing about being a creative? In particular, a body painting artist.
Okay. The most frustrating thing, I would say, as a whole with body painting is the misconception that I can somehow sculpt you into something different. If you like, no, and I mean seriously, because this is like a big thing. If you are a curvy or plus size model, and I say that I'm looking for curvy and plus size models, what I don't want is for you to follow that up with, can you like paint over my rows and make me look thinner? Or I'll come back once I done lost some weight. And it's like, that's not what I want. I want you to be curvy. I want you to be confident and curvy, because when I have my curvy models and they are body painted, I want you to see that you can do it. You don't have to be like the typical body type. So for me, that's one of the most frustrating things, because it's not, I'm literally applying paint to what is already there. If it's thick right there, I can't make it thinner. Like, if you mean like an optical illusion, then that's something different. I don't do that. You're asking me, right? You're asking me to snatch your waist and make your chest bigger, and it's like, that's not what I'm trying to do. I want you to come to me canvas ready, and no matter what size the canvas is, I'm gonna design it and make it beautiful. And I want you to be comfortable with that. I don't want, because for a minute because I'm a woman, so I get it. So when I have, clients, and I say the hardest part is getting you comfortable. You're completely naked. You're completely naked in front of an openly gay woman, number one. Number two, this is a stranger. And number three, only one of us are naked. You have to be comfortable, and I want you to be comfortable. So I always hit them with the woman to woman. Usually the private area is the first thing that I cover with the paint, because it's the first thing on your mind. Oh, I'm exposed. Let me go ahead and cover that so we can stop stressing about that. Because if you're doing this and I paint you like this, when you relax, that paint is gonna crack and go everywhere. So I want you relaxed. I want you to be comfortable. So woman to woman, I get it. Flaws, stretch marks, scars, blemishes, I get all of that. You're safe. But if you come to me and you say, oh, I'm a full-figured curvy girl, and I want you to make me look like a supermodel on the runway that's a size 2, it's gonna make me sad to have to even tell you that I don't do that. But woman to woman, I hate that you even think that that's what I'm doing. Like, I'm not. No, I'm only designing what's already there. I'm not a body sculptor or nothing like that. So, I want for my clients to be comfortable, but that's honestly the biggest thing with my female clients. My wife can tell you, like, I have to tell them to eat because they won't even eat food. Like, they're so into this, how they look. My guys, oh man, they don't care. They just,
I bet.
They ready, but as a woman, I like for my female clients to feel empowered. Don't feel like you're coming to me to cover something. I want you to feel proud no matter what it is. So like I said, I've had people do body transformation surgeries and want to show their new body in a creative way. Stuff like that, bring it here, because I'm here for all of that. stuff like that is near and dear to my heart. So it's always a little disheartening when people think that I'm about to cover your body fat. I'm about to paint over that. I'm about to design it, but I want you to be comfortable because I'm not selling. Oh, I'm finna cover you and make you into this photoshopped, filtered. No, bring it as it comes. I'm gonna make what's already beautiful accentuated so that you can see it the way that I see it. So
you can see it the way that I see it.
Yeah.
Specifically, designed to make you look.
Yes.
I thought I loved it. I love that. I love that, that quote of yours. And I just, once again, it was anything that's creative. I'm like, oh man, I love catchy saying. I love creative design. Like, something that I love doing. So much so that I got my wife into doing it. I love reading creative license plates.
Yeah, me too.
When I'm driving by, I see somebody's license plate. When I see that it's not a regular license plate, it's something that they wrote. I'm like, okay, what is that?
Yes.
Okay, L.E. Okay, love. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay. I just love it. It's so funny. Like now, my wife would be like, "Look at that one." I think she get on board. That I love when I see, really creative logos. I love a creative logo. Something that's not. I can't say that. Sometimes I love.
A good play on words.
Logos. It's a great. Oh, that gets me all the time. I also love when the logo is very simplistic and it's more the logo doesn't necessarily say anything about what the company does.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But there's just I don't know, like the art of it.
Did you know? Okay, because you said that the Hyundai symbol, the car, is supposed. It looks like an H, but it's actually two men shaking hands. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Did you know the Toyota symbol actually has the letters Toyota in the symbol? If you look at the Toyota symbol, you can find the T, the O, literally, you can find all of it. Either.
Because of a movie, I found out what the BMW symbol is. That's because of a movie. What was it called? Finding Forrester. He had explained that in the movie. Yeah, it's Finding Forrester. Yeah, it was a pretty good movie.
I'm gonna check that out.
Sean Connery. I forgot the young brother's name in the movie.
Oh, I love me some Sean Connery.
Who doesn't?
Man.
Who doesn't? I just creative. I'm just very much into creative design. So the next question. Let me get back to my thing here. Yes. How often do you fall into a creative dry zone, and what do you do to get out of it?
Honestly, so around my house, I jokingly tell my wife that I call myself Shot Clock Kenny. The reason is...
You got to explain that one.
Okay, so let's say I'll know for 2 weeks that I have a project to do, or that's the deadline, 2 weeks. And I'll be like in a rut for like a week and a half. Those last 2 days, I can crank out so many pieces of work in such a short amount of time.
Wow.
And I always call it, like, when I'm making decisions, like a gun to your head mentality, how quick can you be? But it's like the same thing. I don't know what it is. So I'm not a person that, and I hate to say this, but I'm not a person who like comes home and say, "Oh, I'm a paint something every day," or "I'm a create something every day." I'm just not. I'm really not. And this is important, and this is just me being completely honest. Sometimes, like, between life and work-life balance, my dry spells can be weeks. I just don't feel like it. And
Yeah.
I'm the type of person, I hate to say that I don't practice, but I use every opportunity like it's showtime. I don't practice. If I'm about to go get a canvas right now, I'm not finna play with it. I'm finna figure out what I want this to look like.
Right.
And until I know, I won't touch it. Like, and if it takes me too long, and if I'm too trapped in it, I step away from it. That can be weeks. Like, I'll start doing something else. But when I get into those creative moments, I try to make it last as long as possible. For example, on a Friday, if I say, "Oh, I got this project that I want to start," I probably won't start it Friday night because I've been at work Friday. So I only got a few hours after work that I'm really, my mind is there because, again, I got a wife, I got a home, what we eating for dinner. Who turn is it this time to figure it out? Like, all of that is going on. So I'm not thinking about, creating. And then when my pieces started getting into a gallery and then the pieces would sell, the gallery owner would call me and be like, "Hey, your wall is naked, so you got to get some more pieces." And then it's like that pressure, because when you're just creating because, oh, I can, it's different when you got an empty space where your name is on the wall. So sometimes my dry spells can be weeks, and then I'll come out of it and I'll crank out, like, literally. That happens in real life. The gallery, it used to be Original Art Gallery here in Memphis. It literally just closed a couple months ago. Jennifer Lane, another artist that I'm gonna put you on because she's amazing. She's amazing. So my pieces, I create things and then I just kind of leave it there. I don't create it and say, "Oh, I hope somebody buy it." So I created some pieces and I put them in the gallery and I left. And a couple of days go by, Jen calls me and she was like, "They both sold. I need another piece." And my mind is just blown right now because I'm not known as a canvas artist. I'm known as an artist who does, just design stuff. So I'm not a person who cranks out canvas pieces like that. That's not something that I do. But now I got people buying my work. And now they want to see what else I got. And it's just like, trying to get your mind wrapped around, oh, I used to have the leisure of, oh, I can take 2 months on a canvas. And now I got a week. So it is very.
Would you say you can't complain about a full plate if
when the goal is to eat? When the goal is to eat. So guess what? When that happened, I did a weekend. I literally did a weekend, and I did 3 canvas pieces for World Afro Day earlier this year. I did 3 pieces in literally a weekend, 3 canvas pieces, and I promise you, it was so taxing after the fact. And I really was like, I don't even know if I can do this, but I just gave it a go. And these are large. I'm literally looking at one of the larger prints of the canvas pieces that I did, and I just cranked them out in a weekend. But I did it because I had to. If I had just had that time, I probably, because body paint is probably the one thing that I don't do regularly unless I just have an idea or, because I used to just body paint on myself. And now if it's not my wife or one of my models, I'm really not thinking about that because it's the one thing that I know is like second nature. I don't have to practice body painting. I really don't. I just mix that paint. Where do I need to be? And I'm showing up because I know that this is like second nature to me. So the canvases is probably the part that has me kind of, because it's just not something that I do. Once again, big pieces, my big pieces look like this and they don't take a long time, but a canvas takes me forever. Like, it is just, It is, and that's if I'm doing something like a face, or because I don't do portraits. So if I just want to get it
Mhm.
out, I do have a piece where I just literally just threw paint. I don't really care. I had some paint that I just wanted to get rid of, and it turned out so beautiful. But I got some bad news. I guess good news, but maybe bad news. I spoke on my father earlier on, and the person who was responsible for his death got convicted this year. I told you that happened when I was 4 years old. I'm 36. So
Mm.
that happened this year. And that day, I didn't know what to do with myself. I just kind of,
Mm.
and I call that painting the darkest hour. It's not hanging up in my house,
Mm.
it's literally in my storage. But something was going on with me that day. And I just kind of put it all on the canvas. It is so dark and rich. And I don't know, it just kind of turned into this beautiful monster. And I just kind of put it in the back. But on another day, that same news might make me not want to touch a canvas or no paint for weeks. So you just never know. So
Yeah.
now I say with my hats, I'm probably doing that regularly only because I have so much traction going on. It's really not time to stop and, have those dull
Right.
moments. And now I'm getting ready for all of the festivals. So literally, Mercedes is on one side of the couch. I'm on the other side of the couch. We're both creating, and we'll go hours. Sometimes we'll do that. The TV is on, or maybe we got some music on. She's on one side of the room. I'm on the other side of the room, and we're both creating. And that does help too,
Nice.
because you have somebody that's in it
Yeah.
with you, but not doing what you're doing.
But
So
not doing what you're doing. Yeah. That's what's up. I like that. That's an
now,
excellent response.
how to get out of it?
How? Huh?
You said how to get out of it. Just
No.
go.
How does criticism, good or bad, affect your creativity?
I'll say my mother taught me at a young age to know who I am. That was very important for her. And she didn't even know that she was really, because my life would be so different. Like, I don't lead a normal lifestyle. Everything about me is a person who has to be comfortable being who they are. Otherwise, you wouldn't make it. I'm a lesbian. Everybody don't like that. You got to be comfortable and know who you are. When it comes to my work, it's the same. I know my work. I know the effort that I put behind it. I know the conviction in what I produce. So if you tell me that you don't like my work because, I don't know, these look like triangles back here. If you tell me, I don't like those because I don't like triangles, I'm not gonna go home and cry about it. You don't like triangles. I do.
You don't like triangles. Okay.
I mean, I'm not, it doesn't affect me in that way. Now, if the criticism is warranted, if I gave you a product that was, I don't know, something was wrong with it or something happened to it and you had something to say about it, I mean, I'm finna fix that. I can't take that personal if it's fact. And if you allow me to correct it, then, it's only, all I can do is fix that. But I haven't had much criticism. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I haven't had a lot of, I don't like that. And maybe it's my social media presence, because I always say my face lets you know I am not finna play with you. So the social media trolls and all of that, I have been fortunate enough to not have to deal with stuff like that, but I've seen it, like, and people go out of their way to be mean and nasty and ugly. And like I said earlier, this is a free app. You're not going to make me feel bad about something that you said to me on a free app, that if you had to pay for it, you wouldn't be having this conversation. Man, bye. I'm not, I can't. I'm not going to worry about that, because if it was a price, you wouldn't pay it. So you
There you
here
go.
enjoying the free amenities just like everybody else. So I'm gonna let them say what they gotta say and move on. But I know who I am, and I know you could put me up against whoever. My money on me, because
Mm,
that's how I feel about it.
that's what's up. I mean, look, hey, eh, the world would be a much different place, a completely different place, if people were, one, came to terms with who they really are,
Yeah.
and then two, were happy with who they really are. And
Yeah.
if not happy, then at least
Content. If it ain't
content. Thank you,
content,
thank you, thank you, thank you. At
yeah,
least if you're not happy, then at least content
yeah.
with who you are. You know what I'm saying? The world would be a completely different place if people had those two things. But
Hmm.
I guess it wouldn't go round as it does if it wasn't,
Right.
right? Next question. How does being a Black creative affect your work, or does being a Black creative affect your work and the promotion of it?
It does. We were speaking earlier about social media. There was a part where, especially when the Black Lives Matter movement was going on and people were making their profile pictures Black, and then you had social media banning any hashtags that said Black anything, Black entrepreneur, Black Lives Matter. So social media literally banned Black, the color, the word, the person. How? Like, but they did. So I found myself conflicted on whether or not I was going to call myself a Black creative. Because when you say, oh, I'm a Black creative, does that mean that white people don't want to buy your stuff now because you call yourself a Black creative? When you post it online and you say this is a Black owned, is it now no longer reaching the people that it needs to reach because it's being shadow banned by social media? All of those things play a part. So it's like, whereas you want to be Black and proud and say it loud, you can't even do it, because the minute you do it, it flags you. It flags your content. And now, versus the thousands and thousands of people who are seeing you, you get 200 and 300 views now on your content. And a lot of people on TikTok and a lot of people on social media were saying, you look at what the content is that's got the low views and what they're talking about and what the words are and the verbiage, and it's Black. It's Black, and being Black and having to do with what it means to be a Black creative. So now I call myself a visionary and leave it at that. If you look at me, I look like a Black creative. If you see me out, I look like a Black artist. I'm at the point where I don't have time to convince you of who I am, what I am. I don't have time for that. You look at it, you like it. That's why it's designed to make you look, period. The rest of that, because I went back and forth about how I would introduce myself to the world. Everybody is art by such and such, or I used to be a barber. Everybody who cut hair, barber by blah, 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 or cuts by blah, blah, blah. And it's like, God, it's so draining to see cuts by such and such and whatever your area code is. So it's just, I wanted to stand out, even in my name, because yes, I'm an artist in a world of artists, but I want to be a visionary, because it's more than painting, it's more than coloring, it's more than body art and all of this other stuff. I told my wife I want to have a couch with my designs on it. I want my front door to have my designs on it. At some point, I'm gonna get me an old car and I'm gonna paint it with my designs on it, just because I want to see a world. What else can I put it on? Like, I just, when that's where I'm trying to be. I want to see how far can I push my universe to if I could create a world in my reimagined mind, what would it look like? Like, just in your style, because that's the new thing now. People may take the Boondocks and draw it in a Looney Tunes style. And that's a thing now. So everybody is now fusing different artistic styles and reimagining, certain things. I just saw a Black Airbender, somebody drew and I told my wife, like, I want to, that's what I want to do. Like, I want to start merging some of this stuff because it's so cool to see. But that's how I think about if my universe, what would the clothes in my closet look like if they were all KB the Visionary clothes? And that's literally what I'm working on next. I'm about to do a campaign with kids clothes, adult clothes, because in my world, this is what it looked like. All of this stuff, and you're gonna know it's me. It is literally my universe.
I love it, man. I love it. I don't know if you've been ready. I don't know if you've been waiting to talk about all this, or if you were just ready for the day. But I'm loving it.
We're gonna say both.
We're gonna say both. Okay, that's what's up. All right. Last question with these. What are you the most thankful for as it relates to your creative journey?
I think I kind of touched on this earlier, but I think the more I get into my creative journey, the more I'm grateful for coloring in my room. It was because it was born there. Like I said, we're at war with the DIYers, and the DIYers just started this. Honestly, pandemic had everybody making their own bread, thinking that they finna be artists. Neither here nor there. But if you were not creating before 5 years ago, don't talk to me, because you found a pandemic hobby and that's what you're doing. And people find passions. No, people find passions for things every day, something new every day. But it's always a root somewhere. It didn't just hop out of For me, my biggest thing now, because the steps that I'm taking when I'm going and I'm doing murals and I feel like, can I do this? I go back to, I've already done this. Like, I've done this in my room. Like, I created something out of nothing and made it magic. And I did that as a child with just household stuff, because I couldn't go get in my car and go get what I need, but now I can. So everything now is an amplification of something that I've already seen as a child. It's just doing it now. When people be talking about, breaking generational curses, and the biggest thing is, back in the day, your mama said, we ain't got no McDonald's money. Well, now you say, I do got McDonald's money. And if I want to eat McDonald's Monday through Friday, I'm going to do that. Yes. Now, if I want to get up and go to the art store because I need whatever, that's why I got all this stuff. That's probably why you got all this. That's probably why you got all this stuff.
Yep. You better believe it.
It literally stemmed from there. And now I'm just, if I could go back and go visit that little girl in her room, I'd be like, girl, we're going to apply for them jobs, but we still need to, because there's a gap in my artwork. There's a gap because I went to the service, I came back, I felt like I'm supposed to get a job, and that's what I was doing. There's a gap that where I would sign and date my work. You got a nice gap in between there, because I lost it. I forgot that this is who I am and this is what I love to do, because you're told you need to get a job, you need to provide, you need to do this, and everything else is just, dreaming
Yeah.
is not what you need to be doing. You need to be doing, because dreaming is not going to pay your bills. But now dreaming is paying your bills, and you don't even
Yeah.
see that,
Yeah.
those things that you're doing. And right now, my biggest thing is trying to figure out, how can I launch myself into my business and leave the structure and stability of a 9 to 5, because it is a
Mhm.
box. It's a box.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
and I don't like boxes, and I'm realizing that my 9 to 5 is the box, and it's less of a box and more of a coffin, because it's where your dreams go to die. And that's how I feel that. And as of late,
Yep.
it feel like, when I just said that, I've never said that out loud. That's the first time that I've said that, like, out loud.
Mm.
And I could feel the conviction in my own heart, because that's exactly what it feels like. So I
Mm.
don't want to be in that coffin state while I'm, at work, trying to do what I need to do. So now it's like, what's the future? When we gonna step out on faith and just get out here and do it? Because every time I step out, I ain't failed yet. So it's like, we may as well go and take another step.
Yeah. Look, you know, um, man, I gotta start writing down. Then I'll be writing down the whole time. But one of the things that you mentioned, not being, not thinking that you could do something with your creativity.
Mhm.
Sincerely Antoinette had said that, she's thankful for that not being the environment she grew up in. How her family made her feel it was okay to be a creative.
Mhm.
And that's wonderful. I mean, my parents, they definitely didn't discourage me at all. Same time, you know, and I can't necessarily say I can't say it was something more than I was presenting, but they always understood that, oh, well, this is a hobby.
Yeah.
This is something you just like doing and you're good at. It
Yeah.
was never, they didn't see it. I don't think they envisioned it more for me than that. And I have to be honest, I don't think I envisioned more for it to be
Correct.
that for myself. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? I mean, that's how I was
Yeah.
looking at it too, because, it's what I always say that there's three things that this country still naturally produces since its inception. First is racism.
Yeah.
This is what it is.
Yeah.
Two, teaching you how to be an employee, not an employer.
Mhm.
And then three, making you believe that you can't go anyplace else in the world and live a great life other than here.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, and we all, if you're born here, we all buy into that in some way, shape, or form. All three of those things, we're either victims of it or we perpetrate it in some way, shape, or form. And my parents very much just, there was no push to make me do more with my creativity and
Yeah.
transform it into something that can sustain me.
Yeah.
And once again, my mind wasn't in that space either.
Right.
It's something that we very much, me and my wife, we say to ourselves all the time, and we try to do certain things to see. We don't push creativity. That's not our intention, I should say, is to push creativity. Our intention more so is to find what it is that you like.
Mhm.
And whatever that is, okay, great. Let's find out how you can get really good with it.
Yeah.
And how you can monetize it and live off of it. You know what I'm saying? That's our intention, with our kids, because we definitely want that for them. It's like, look, if you don't know what you want, well, then you better go to school, because a degree is still can get you something.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So if you don't know what you want, right? But if you have an idea of what you want, then let's fuel that. You know what I'm saying? And it's kind of hard, because look at me. I didn't realize that I was as good of a writer as I was until I was 40. I didn't even, I always knew I had artistic talent, but I didn't know I was a writer like that. And like you had mentioned before, because COVID is what brought that out. But at the same time, I have written poetry. I write poetry like it ain't nothing.
See,
you dig what I'm saying?
What I say? If you before 5 years, because it may have, but it was already there.
But it was already there.
Folks baking bread ain't never put a piece of toast in the oven.
For real. Yo, it's like, are you kidding me? But yeah, it was always there. Like, it was always there. I remember a story I started to write when I was 20. I never finished it because I didn't know how to develop it. That's really why I stopped. I didn't know how to develop an idea as far as writing a story. Poem is different, It's just more so a feeling, and you write that down.
Yeah. Ain't even got to rhyme.
Exactly. Mines tend to have if they're not rhyming, they have very much a flow.
Okay.
But still in all, I didn't know how to develop it, and it wasn't until COVID that once again, I love being a creative, because, and something that no one else could do anything else with, or even think to do something with, is just doing things for you.
Yeah.
I didn't even know how I thought of it. I cannot answer how I thought of it, but I remember I was in the bathroom and I said something. I said a title to myself, and I said, yo, that sounds like a dope story. I would want to read that book if I saw that title. That's intriguing.
Yeah.
And then I said, well, what would it be about? And that's how it started. That is how it started. I kid you not. It's interesting. L.O.S.T, creators of Lovers of Storytime. That's my book this published. But that wasn't what I first started writing. What I first started writing is my novel that I'm actually trying to get published. Finished it, and that is what I started writing. That's the first thing I started writing. The short stories were actually what is it called? A writing exercise.
Okay.
It was like, as I'm trying to write the novel, as I'm trying to draw out the chapters, I hit like a dry spell. I'm like, okay, where am I going with this? And then I thought of something else, and I was like, okay, so and I just this really quick short story, and I was like, wow, that's really dope. And then I did another one. And then I said, you know what? I like this. I like these short stories.
Yeah.
And then I figured, would that be cool to just have like a book just with short stories in it? And I think by my fifth one, I broke through the wall that came up when I was trying to write the novel. And then I was able to go back to the novel, you know how it is. So It's just like, I love that. I love how it just, it'll come to us out of the blue. I like messing in things, even though I told myself I wasn't going to do that this year. I took this down because I wanted to show it to you. This was my first attempt at doing sneaker renditions, right? So this is just a straight up Puma.
Hey,
right? But I made it. I did the red, black, and green.
I like it. It's very.
I saw it was the red Puma here, right? And I was like, ooh, this was all black. The whole sneaker was black except for the red Puma. And then I said, you know what, let me make this a red, black, and green. I put the fist there, you know. So I was just like, oh, this is fun.
See, I couldn't even see the fit. I could see that there was something on the toe.
Yeah.
Oh
There you
yeah.
go.
Oh yeah, that's dope.
You know what I'm saying? So I was
did you wear them out?
Oh yeah.
See?
Oh yeah. I definitely sported. You know, it was a part of my decor. I put the other sneaker up there. You know, that's another thing I tried to do. I was like, okay, let me my background. What's it gonna be like? All right, well, you know, because I want to try to encapsulate as much, you know, forms of art as, you know. So I got the album player, you know, for music. I got the camera for, you know, photography, the typewriter, you know, for writers, authors. You know, I got the reel for movie direction, you know, and you know, and the paint and the paintbrush with the paintbrushes with
oh my god, look.
You know, I tried to put in as much as I could, you know what I'm saying? You know,
and I'm over here like I said the same thing, and I was like, well, I just felt like it may be too busy on this wall. So I was like, the wall itself will be fine. It'll be okay. And then I wasn't sure how wide it was going to be. I was like, it might, because Mercedes, you know, wasn't much of, you know, the background. So I was like, I be done did all of that and you don't even see it. So I just left that as it is.
No, man, I'm checking it out. I'm definitely checking it out. That's another thing. I'm always trying to observe something, anything, especially if it's creative. I'm observing it if it's creative. I'm not gonna, unless everything around me is creative, I'm catching it. You know what I'm saying? I'm ooh, that's nice. You know, that's my wife had. She thought I was flirting, and I really wasn't. She had to learn that no, I just, if I see something that I think is creative, I'll draw attention to it. You know, I'll be like, oh, I like those nails. You know, she'd be like.
Like no, it's an appreciation.
Yeah, it's appreciation. Like, oh, those nice sneakers. Da 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 da. You know, and then she realized that I just look, if something that you have on or something is just, it catches my eye, I just want you to know I think that looks really cool.
Yeah.
I'll say, oh, that's an ill tattoo. It was the tattoo situation that made her realize that okay, I'm not, because she heard me do this with God. You know what I'm saying? I'd be like, oh man, that's a really dope tattoo. I really like that. And then she was like, oh, okay, I guess you just like art. Like, I'm like, yeah,
appreciation.
Yeah. It's just that appreciation, man. It is what it is. But yeah, so like I said, last segment, which is taking it to the gut, giving up the tangibles, resources for creatives out there who are body paint artists, though you definitely are a hat designer for sure. You know what I'm saying? Want to just ask just a few questions as it relates to that. You know, those same creatives who looking to become hat designers, looking to become body paint artists, mural artists. You know, you can helpfully give them some insight on, you know, where you've been and so on and so forth. So first question, what should creatives in your specific space do to get better?
Practice. That's me. When I started body painting, I body painted on myself. I wasn't doing it for any type of, I was literally just bored and had this box of paint. I'd had it for like maybe a year and a half, maybe 2 years before I even touched it. I wasn't a painter. I didn't explore with paints. That was literally my last resort if I'm about to do something. So for me, literally just body painting myself, seeing how it feels, seeing how long it takes to dry, moving around in it. You can't, just like what you were saying about tattoos, you can't tell somebody what to expect about a tattoo if you haven't done it to yourself. Do it to yourself. If you want to body paint, even guys, I have a couple of guys that ask me about body paint. Do it on yourself. See what it feels like. Because when I first started body painting, there wasn't there weren't any do's and don'ts. Now, if you book me, when you pay your deposit, I give you your do's and don'ts the day before. So it's like I went through those do's and don'ts because I know what they feel like. If you are a person who is you have hair, body hair, and you want to body paint yourself with your body hair. I promise you, when you take that off, you're gonna have a do and don't when you take it off. Trust me. So the only way that you can reassure your client, reassure someone who's wanting to do it or have it done is if you do it, because I can tell you what it's gonna feel like. Before I even start painting, I tell them, brace yourself, it's about to be cold. If it's hot outside and we're painting outside, this is about to be the best feeling of your life. If you're a person who's ticklish, you know, like if you are an athlete, you know, like standing up straight and locking your knees, you gotta put some bend in them knees. Otherwise, you're gonna drop like a sack of potatoes. My athletes who they've been in the game, they know to bend their knees a little bit. I've had people lock their knees standing straight up and they drop.
Wow.
They are not athletes. They are not. But when I had a girl who's a volleyball player, and when she came and I told her, you know, make sure you bend your knees, you know, don't lock your legs and stand straight up. And she was like, oh, girl, I play volleyball. I know, you know, you got to bend your knees a little bit to make sure you're not standing straight up. It makes you lightheaded. And before you know it, you drop to the ground. But athletes know not to do that. Just if you are somebody who, and experiment with different paints. There's so many ways to make body art. I use gel pens. You can use makeup. You can use paint. I mean, they literally have paint down to the pigment, like just the pigment, and it's just a powder form, and you can take whatever type of liquid medium that you want. If you want it to be like liquid latex, you can use that. If you want it to be something short term, you have to go through that and test it. It's going to be a lot of trial and error, basically based on what you're trying to do. If you're somebody who wants to get into, because I get this question a lot, people always ask me about special effects. Not my ministry. I don't want to make you look like a zombie. I don't want to put all the extra you know, and hats off to people who do it. But for me, but if there was something that I wanted to do, your best model is yourself. Nobody can tell you what it feels like. You have to know. And when it's something like that, you need to know what you're talking about. And the best way to know is if you have walked that path, because otherwise you're walking into a bunch of unknowns with a stranger, and you don't want to go through unknowns with a stranger. You want to go through your unknowns with yourself. So that way you don't fall in this hole, you know, to jump over that. So you are your best model. You are going to tell you if it's cold, if it's discomfort, if you need to apply a second layer because it's not thick enough. You can feel it. And when my body paint clients get finished, I always tell them it's like a second skin. Once it dries and you are free to move around, my guys always feel like superheroes. My girls always feel like supermodels. When they say, I don't want to wash it off, I know, you know, that's when you've done the job, because literally I've had a couple of people go a day or two, and the only way that you can become great at that is if you do it yourself. Most tattoo artists have tattoos that they've put on themselves. They may not like those tattoos. They may be in an awkward spot. I got a guy friend who tattooed his leg upside down. It is the wonkiest tattoo ever. But, you know, he did it because he was going to do a thigh piece. He needed to know what to do, what not to do. With this, it's just paint. You just wipe it off. If it's something that you're wanting to do, and I say go for the gusto. If you want to be a body painter, don't just paint something cute on your hand or some cute on your arm. No, 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 no. You need to get into the body.
You
Get
need to
into
get
the
into the
body.
body.
Get
Yeah.
into the curvature. And man, listen, until you do it, because it's hand painting. That's another thing. Some
Gotta
people
go for it.
airbrush. I don't airbrush. I hand paint. Everything is
Right.
so. If your brush is about, we got about that much distance between me and your skin. It's very up. It's very up close and personal. It's
Yeah.
very so you need to get the feel of it, because if you paint yourself and you're tired, ain't no way you finna paint somebody else. Full
No way you
body,
finna be doing that. Yep.
you got it. You are your best model. There's nobody else who's gonna be with you other than you. So yeah, if that's where you want to start with, honestly, start with acrylic paint. You can't
Start
go
with
wrong there, and start on yourself,
Start on
because
yourself.
you need to know what it feels like. Look,
And go
try,
in deep, right?
yeah, and
Go in
I mean, try it with different skin conditions. Try it when your skin is damp
Go
because
straight
you've
for the
been out.
nipple. Go straight
Man,
for the nipple.
just go.
Just go. Just go. Don't play around. Take that nipple.
Look, please, just go ahead and go. Because I mean, you really have to be professional, because everybody is sensitive in other areas. So yes,
Yeah.
I have
I
body
can
painted
imagine.
people that's, yeah, they're more sensitive in this area or this area, and you still have to be professional. And I mean, it's a job. You know, I try to be as professional as possible, but just jumping in, starting out, paint on yourself and really go for it. Yeah,
That makes
like
that makes all the sense, especially when it comes to body art. Yeah. Okay.
oh yeah.
Okay, I can dig that. So what should they do to best promote their work / self?
Wear it. If you are a designer, every time you see Sincerely Antoinette out, I don't care if we're going to brunch. I don't care if she literally just got back to the house. She went to the store and literally will put her stuff on, literally, because you never know. I can't tell you how many times we've been at one of my events and I'm wearing something of hers and she's wearing her jewelry, and people walk up and ask her, what are you wearing? And I'd be on her, because why don't you have your business cards? Because they want to know. So if you're trying to get yourself out there, like I said, you could be the best in the whole world, but if the world don't see you, the world can't say that. So when you see me, it's me on there. And look, and when I'm wearing my hat, my baby is on it too, because we're not gonna do none of that. So people say, you know, representation matters. It do. So represent yourself. So I mean, I told you, I'm a sneakerhead. Like I love me some shoes, but I don't wear a lot of branded clothing, because I paint on my clothes. I design my clothes. I mean, it's just a white t-shirt, but when I get through with it, it's gonna be money. But when I wear it, now you want to wear it, because I have literally bought clothes off of somebody's back. This guy had this Capricorn shirt, and it had Muhammad Ali on the front, and it had a goat on the side. I need it. I bought it off his back. Sure did. He didn't have nothing but a wife beater, and I ain't care. In the middle of summertime, bought it off his back.
Oh snap!
Yes. And so if it catch my eye, I like to go out and I know that what I'm wearing gonna catch your eye, because I've done it. I've bought clothes off of somebody's back. I've bought a hat off of somebody's head. So when I go out, it's intentional. When I just went out to my best friend's birthday party, I went out with a hat on. I went out knowing that I'm gonna make you look at me. And literally, I was telling my wife, I was telling her that, you know, I'm headed to the house. It's 15 minutes later and I'm still in the club, because I'm hemmed up by people trying to get my information because they see my hat. I'm trying to get out the door and they see me. So if you're trying to get yourself out there, you are your best model no matter what, because don't nobody want something that don't nobody else want. And if you making it look good, I want to look good too. I want to see how they look on me. So if it don't look good to you enough for you to wear it, why would I spend money with you and you not even wearing your own stuff? So I will wear mine because I know I'm fresh. I know I'm the only one in here. So that's kind of where my perspective is with it. Like you are your marketing. Everything is on social media now. The craziest stuff. You go into the grocery store and see something crazy. I was in Walmart and saw L.O.S.T Chopper in Walmart singing Christmas carols. I just in Walmart minding my business. So now that day I was far enough away from him, but I wasn't even doing these hats. You know how bad I wish I'd have had on a cowboy hat and saw L.O.S.T Chopper in the doggone in the Walmart. Missed opportunity. Like it's so many times where I wish I had this on or had that on. So you are your marketing. All you have to do is look good in it. People love wanting something they can't have. The difference is you can't have it. It's for sale. Because I'm gonna sell it.
Nice. That's okay. That's what's up. Promote yourself. I mean, why not, right? Dude, I even with this, like, where it's relevant, I always mention my book. I have it right up there, because it's another form of exposure, right? I don't really push this. I don't, but I do designs on shirts. Like, for example, this one.
Now, I was going to ask you about that shirt.
Yeah. So you can't, I don't know if you can see the wording. But this is, it says, English MF, or do you speak it?
Is that Tony?
No. You remember Pulp Fiction?
Yeah. See, from here, that looks like Tony Montana.
No, that was the Samuel L. Jackson.
Uh-huh. Oh my God. Yeah.
So now I changed the color up and everything a little bit because I know when I posted on the site, like if it was just a straight up picture of him, then it's like, oh no, you can't do that, da 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 da. So I had to like adjust the coloring and stuff. And then this is a dollar bill in Players Club. He was saying bucket naked. Yeah. So and like I forgot which shirt I had on with Silly Antoinette. I forgot which one I was wearing, but they were all from the Model Black site, modelblack.com.
I'm gonna go look at that too.
Yeah, MOTTO black.com. It's not something that I'm putting a lot of focus on anymore, but it's still up. It still exists, and I figured, okay, well, I gotta have a shirt on or something while I'm doing these interviews, so might as well wear my shirt. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. So that's wear your work. Sincerely, Antoinette said the same exact thing.
Something that I do too, like I've been known, if you have like a high social media following, I have been known to reach out and say, hey, let me do some pants for you, or let me do a jacket for you, and now that works too, but it has to be a mutually beneficial situation, because that goes back to that exposure word.
Right.
I don't mind if you're exposing me to something different. So in this particular case, I'm a person, I'm a homebody. Like my best friend's party, I ain't been out since, I don't know, but I came out because it's my best friend. I'm not a person who's out and about and out in the city like that, but I know people who are. I know people who go to different events, and I'm real quick to say, hey, let me get I just followed two Black country artists for the sole reason of sliding in their DMs like, can I send you a hat? Can I send you a custom hat? Because I need a video of you in that hat saying that you're wearing a cap by KB the Visionary, or sincerely the Visionaries, as me and Mercedes will call our collective together.
Mhm.
But that works too. But you have to know the person that you're asking, because I have done in a sense of body painting. I have worked with photographers, and let's say I body paint them the 1st of January. Well, because you're a photographer and you got other stuff going on, I just did that work on the 1st of January, but I don't get those pictures to maybe Valentine's Day or March sometimes. That's like, I just did all this work and I have nothing to show for it. In those cases, it kind of bites you, because even though you do get those photos, it's not that instant gratification. It's not, oh, I did the work, here's the footage.
Yeah.
And you can kind of get lost in there. And I had to learn, because I was doing that, not realizing that I'm getting the short end of the stick. So in a body paint sense, where you're taking photos and I have to wait for the photos to come back to me, it's a little different. But clothing, that shirt you got on right now, you need to send it to me, because just for the simple fact, I love I love t-shirts, and I have a.
You know what I'm gonna do for you straight up. You go onto the site, mottoblack.com, MOTTO. Yeah, black.com.
Gotcha.
I want you to say, you got my email and my phone number, so you can text. You say, hey, I saw this one. I would like this one, and I will send it to you free of charge.
Okay. And you know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make an outfit to match that shirt, and then I'm gonna do a whole reel, and it's a whole outfit. That's what I do.
That's, you know what I'm saying? That's that's what I call get me right here. I get you right there.
Yeah.
Just scratch my bag. I'll scratch yours.
Man, because look, I ain't never been to New York.
Oh, well then. What? Really?
Yeah.
Not even on a quick.
Everybody is always surprised to hear that, but no, never been to New York.
Have you been to? Let's see, what else? You been to Chicago?
Yeah, Chicago.
Been to LA?
No.
You been to Miami?
Yes.
You been to Philly?
No.
Okay, Chicago, Miami. All right. That's fine. Fair enough.
I'll make my way.
Yeah, okay. All right, look. When you plan on, depending on what you got going on, depending on how much time you got on, reach out to me, man.
Okay.
I'm serious,
I'm serious.
Yeah.
I told you. What I tell you? I told you. I build relationships. I'm good at it. I don't know. It just because we were supposed to be in go to Afropunk last year.
Okay.
So we might make that way back around, because Afropunk was in Brooklyn. It was in Brooklyn.
Afropunk?
Yeah.
Afropunk.
That you don't know Afropunk, man. We about to take your black card.
Afropunk. I don't do crowds.
Me either. You know what?
Do crowds, man.
We actually didn't make it to Afropunk. But I literally wanted to go for the sheer spectacle of it. Like Vogue is there and they do, but I don't like concerts. My wife took me to see Chris Brown. My brother just took me to see Glorilla and Megan Thee Stallion. But after that, like, no, because I don't do like the large crowds of people. Yeah. Oh my God. But I
will do if I'm going to do a crowd, like a concert, I will go see Frankie Beverly and Maze.
Why was I just going to say Frankie Beverly? What?
Yes,
I was going to say Frankie Beverly.
Because how can you not see Frankie Beverly? I will go see that. If you like, the stylistics, I'm going to go there.
Yes. Oh my God.
I know that this is going to be a certain age group and it's going to be very small.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No nonsense.
And that's if I'm going to do it. Because I don't, I crowds and me, it's like, nah. And I'm fortunate enough to marry a woman who thinks just the same way. Feels just the same way.
Same.
Crowds. Nah,
shout out to the wives. Oh man.
Shout out to the wives. For real, like that's just how that is, man. Okay, so lastly, how do you get started with being a body paint artist? How would you say?
Honestly,
I
now,
want
I
to get
mean,
started. I like what you do. I want to do that too. What do I do?
it still go back to you. You
Mhm.
either you have to make it desirable. So let's say you're a man, and
Mhm.
because I haven't had many women ask me about body painting or becoming a body painter. I've had
Okay,
more men than women. In a
that's
man's
interesting.
case, you have to we are visual people. Like
Mhm.
everything now is visual. Most of the time you can watch videos and don't even listen to the sound. You could just watch it. So
Mhm.
if you are somebody you have to make people want to look at you. You have to make them want to, because I don't know if it's the same thing, but used to be with your views, a person had to watch your video for a certain amount of seconds for that count as a view. If you just
Mhm.
look at it and scroll, that doesn't count, I don't
Yeah,
think.
right,
Or
right.
that was the speculation of it. So
Mhm.
I gotta hold your attention for like 5 to 10 seconds. It's got to be eye catching. I only have a few seconds to make you look and look long enough to be invested to want to see more,
More,
because
right.
we do it all the time. You'll see
Mhm.
somebody just float on your timeline and you see them doing something amazing and you see that 30-second video and you like, damn, what else do you do? And you go to their
Yep.
profile and all of a sudden you're down the rabbit hole and you
Mhm.
54 weeks ago into their footage of what they got. So it's like, you know, for men, whenever I have men ask me, out of the men that ask me, only a handful of them are asking for real artists, entrepreneurial. This is what I'm trying to do. The other ones are just like, how can I get somebody naked that I can paint? And I'm just being honest, like that's how they,
I
because
know.
you
I know. I
and you could
know.
tell, and you could tell because when
Oh,
they
so
when
this is no people will do this. You mean the woman will take
yeah,
off her clothes and let me
oh
paint?
my God.
How do I
I
do
can't
that?
tell you how many times I've painted somebody live, and you'll get that one guy that walks up to me and he leans in and he's like, I know you love your job. I'm like, really? Really? You really think that? But that's mentality. So
Yeah,
those
that's
people, when they asking
right.
about, body painting, I know that they're just kind of fishing for how they can get somebody into
Mhm.
this. And I'm never gonna give you the recipe to set a trap for a woman to get to your place. And no,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do that. So for my guys that are really interested in it, find you a pretty girl,
Mhm.
body paint her. Get
Mhm.
beautiful photos. Don't heavily edit them because I don't do that. I will contrast, get some saturation going, but I'm not gonna heavily filter my work.
Yeah,
So
because that
get you
takes
a
away from your
nice,
work.
crisp, clean photo just to introduce yourself to the world. That's all I
Mhm.
did. You'd be surprised at how many people will say, "Oh, do me," or
Hmm.
what can I do to become a model? Like, people want to do it. They just don't know who is out there doing it. So you have to introduce yourself to the world. And the best way to do it is by saying, this is my work. Not because I hate to see this too. I hate when I see like artists sharing somebody else's work and say, I just need somebody to do this on. Can somebody come here so I can paint this on you? But it's somebody else's work. You're not gonna do what this person has done. So
Nope.
you need to establish your own work, your own body of work, and go out into the world like that. Don't
Hmm.
repost somebody else's stuff and say, hey, I'm trying to be a body painter. Anybody want to let me do this on them? Nobody is gonna, and the people that do come, they're not gonna be the type of people that you're wanting to do that type of
Right.
work.
Right.
So you got to get somebody that you want to see, like, and it don't even have to be. When I first started, what got me into the body, I did a bust in high school. Like, there was a statue of a bust and I drew the outline, but I filled it in with my line work. That's what got
Mm.
my art teacher's attention. It was that bust. from that bust, I was like just in love with the body, just how it looks, how it curves, how it just does what it does. And everybody's body is different. So for me, I wouldn't even focus so much on a person's face. If a guy who's wanting to be a body painter, you got somebody who will let you even paint them neck down just so that your face is not in it, or you need to just show that this is what your work is. You don't, it's not about who the model is or where y'all are. It's about the work that we are looking at right here and right now, because that photo is going to let me know whether or not I want to work with you or whether or not it's worth me going to your profile. But without that, how do I know that you're a body painter? If you're showing somebody else's work, that still don't let me know that you're capable of doing what you're saying. So you got to show me. And right now, if you're a man trying to get a woman, you definitely got to show her. Because it's, women are not safe now. It's so many women that'll tell me they prefer a woman to a man, and it's just for safety reasons. Like they just don't feel safe. So you're already a man. And you're showing somebody else's work, but saying that you can do it, they're not going to come to you. So you do it. You find you somebody, even if you got to pay somebody. This is important. Pay your model, because you're going to get what you pay for. My models will show up. I'm telling you, and my models were showing up before I was paying, simply because they love the work. My model that I use, her name is Khalifa. She will also be somebody that you need to know, and I'll be sending her information because she's the creator. She has artwork in Africa, in Ghana. Like, people look at her and they recreate like her portrait. I have sold canvases off of just her aesthetic. So I'm telling you, and this is somebody who's very well spoken and very about her craft, and she's an overall creative. So when I say this is a person who, she's a paid model, and she would come to me and say, hey, whenever you need me, I'm pulling up. And she means it. She has always pulled, just because she loves being body painted. Like, you know, you can't ask for more than that, because even me, I get tired. I know I'm gonna be tired body painting, but when you get people that's gonna come to you, know that you're about to do something amazing, and they just want to be part of it, you know you've arrived. So men can do it. You just gotta get that one photo. Literally, people have gone viral. I have gone viral off of one photo, one video, one 30-second video. It can all change in a matter of seconds. You just need that one picture that puts you out there and says, this is what I do. Because all you have to do is that. If you put paint on a body, you are a body painter. That is what you are. You just have to, nourish that and make it grow from there. But it's possible.
That's what's up. So check it out, KB. You, throughout this entire interview, you dropped so many handles, names of other Black creatives, which I very much appreciate. However, this interview is about you and your work. So at this time, I would like for you to drop your handles. Every handle, every social media that you want your potential clients to know, potential followers to have, emails, whatever that is, to get in contact with you, to follow you, to purchase from you, websites. Please, right now, give that information to us.
Okay, boom. So if you are on Instagram and TikTok, it is KB_the. Well, I still say the because it's the to me. Anyway, KB_the THE_visionary. That is KB_the_visionary. and that is on TikTok, that is on Instagram. Now, if you want to go check out my store, you can see me online. It is www.kbthevisionary.com. And every now and then, I like to drop words of wisdom, and you can find that on my Facebook page under Pashawn Baptiste.
Say that one more time.
Pashawn, P-A-S-H-U-N, Baptiste.
Okay, spell Baptiste too.
B-A-P-T-I-S-T-E.
And that's on Facebook.
That's on Facebook.
Nice. Okay, good.
But it's on and popping on TikTok and Insta. You could just find me there.
you gave Instagram, TikTok, Facebook. You gave your website, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, is there an email that you want people to have, or no? Or
if you would like to email me, really emails is just for my custom orders, something that you can't find on the site, but that's fine too, because I'm still taking custom orders, and that is kbtv901@gmail.com.
Okay. And just one more time, what's the best way to get in contact with you to book you somewhere for something? And what's the best way to get in contact with you for orders?
Okay, for both of those, I'm going to say my website, kbthevisionary.com. For custom orders, even body paint services, you can email me. That's kbtv901@gmail.com. But I can be reached at both, because you can send me a message through my website as well.
Okay. There it is. You have it. KB. Like, yo, 4 hours though? For real?
Look, Mercedes said she knew it was going to be long. She was like, I know yours going to be long. She already knew. She told me after she finished hers. Yeah, she did.
Yo, let's this is, man, it's like each one, I want this to be the best one.
Yeah.
But then the next one is like, oh, now this is the best one. No, for real. Like this was fantastic. I asked that you give me at least 2 hours, and KB, you give me much more than that in time and information and creativity and story and journey, and it was just all wonderful.
Thank you.
Truly wonderful. Just like I told Sincerely Antoinette, look, we got to do this again.
I was about to say, I'm coming back.
And when you look, when Beyonce has her concert with your fedora on, okay?
Come on, right? Universe. Y'all listening?
Come on, Universe, holler at me, okay?
Man. Okay? Listen, you the first one I'm calling.
I saw the stuff you posted. You did when Wakanda Forever 3 comes out and they say, KB, we need you to paint these bodies.
I'm on the way.
Man, look. Celebrate with Sincerely Antoinette first. Okay.
Absolutely. She coming with me. Yeah, look, listen, every door I can go in, she coming too. And vice versa. Oh, yeah.
Right after that, hit the kid up and be like, look, I got another journey. I got some more chapters. They want me for Wakanda.
They're like, Beyonce applaud me.
Come on, like,
the next Wakanda.
I need you up here talking about everything, the whole experience.
Yes, I will.
For real. And
I absolutely will.
I also want to thank you. Excuse me. I don't just want to thank you for your time and the care that you gave for the interview. I want to thank you very much for shouting out all these other Black creatives. And please give me, if you can, give me the information so I can reach out to them. You know what I'm saying? Because that was the reason for this.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Promoting us and our work. So that was huge, and you just did it organically, and I love everything about it, and that lets me know that the people who you are shouting out are definitely the type of people that
Oh yeah, you
I
need to know
want
her.
on the Lost Creatives podcast. You dig? Because if they vibing with you, I need to vibe with them
Absolutely.
all day long, all day long. This was fantastic. Before we close out, please take this time to uh, leave whatever you want to leave with your visionary clients, your visionary viewers, your visionary followers. What do you want to say to them lastly on the Lost Creative Podcast? What do you want to leave them with?
So, welcome. Welcome to my life, my journey. I don't have children. My wife and I decided not to have them. We decided to create, and those are our babies, and we are sending them out into the world. And like I said, they are in places that we haven't even stepped foot in. So I'm honored and I'm humbled, and if anything, if you are a creative, an aspiring creative, if you have children who are aspiring creatives, tell them they can do it. Like, because they can. You can make money off of being an artist. You don't have to be a starving artist. We eating over here, so we're fed, and you can eat. Everybody can eat. You can shine without dimming somebody else's light. And you have to have enough conviction in your craft to know that it can stand against anybody, because I'll put my work against anybody. And it's not to be arrogant. I took the time. I told you this story started when I was 3 years old. I'm 36. At 36 years old, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna put me up against anybody, and I'm gonna put my money on me, because I know what I took to get here. You don't. So you don't know how deep I'm finna dig in to get where I need to get. So anybody can do it. You just have to have a passion for it, and you have to be open-minded. Everybody won't like it, everybody won't love it, but you have to do it anyway because you do. So at the end of the day, if you are a creative, if you are a parent of a creative, let them know that they can do it. We have a lot of people doing 9-to-5s. We don't have enough Black artists, Black creatives that are making money. White people have been making money for years, for centuries, and beyond. It is our time, and it starts with our community. You need to tell your children they can do it. They don't have to be doctors. It's great. We need doctors, we need lawyers, but we need artists, and we need our young aspiring artists to know that they can make it. They don't have to starve. It's available for them. And as long as they have a background of people, you don't even need a whole lot of people. You just need somebody to support you, to be that listening ear, and to be that soft, still voice to let you know that you can do it, because it's hard. It is. I still work a full job, so it is hard, but you can do it. Like, I wish I had started earlier. That's my only, that is the one thing that I wish I had have done, is started earlier. I wish I hadn't been so afraid, and so it's so taboo because nobody else is doing it. So you don't even know that you're striking gold because everybody else is sitting in their offices, in their cubicles, and that's fine. But if this is what you're called to do, if you feel like it's a burning passion, if you go to sleep, wake up dreaming about being something greater, then do that, because this life is short. It's so short. You blink and it's gone. So do what you can, when you can, while you can. And that's just that on that. Man.
Man. Yo, that is, I mean, boom. Like, that's the perfect closeout. You were speaking, to your viewers, your clients, your followers, but I know I was listening to every single word. That's what's up. Once again, KB, the visionary, I want to thank you very, very much for taking out a large amount of time in your very busy schedule to do this, to be here with us, to give your insight, to give your passion, to give your life. And I definitely see nothing but onward and upward success for you, more than you have already experienced. Okay. And like I said, definitely we'll have you back. But once again, thank you very, very much. I really do appreciate it. And
Thank you.
I want to, no problem. And I want to thank all of you all for taking out the time to once again tune in and to watch and to listen. This is Ijlal Abdullah Muhammad, and tell me your story.